Sama.
That might have been the first thing anyone heard. Video alive, audio alive. Hello, dreamers, and welcome to High Road. We have a very special night tonight. It's the lake episode. You know what that means. I hope that you have your store-bought microwave mozzarella stick, because I have my air-fried one.
The golden axe or the silver axe?
No, it's the beach episode.
I forget, was it golden axe and silver axe?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm like, hey, I'm remembering that right?
Delicious. All right. So, hello. I'm honestly overcome with the flavor. I'm trying to recover. Last time on High Road, our party had a fun feast of a time after a festering wound in family relations was at least slightly healed. And our party has departed Okoloi Forest, arriving, of course, back in Saffron Province. Now, they're shortly to return to their castle. However, on the way back, they run into Tekaijo ruins, presently inhabited by some hill dwarves. And they see there seems to have been a development, as one of their craft is on the beach destroyed. What has come to pass here? And what will our party be doing about it before they head home for their extended rest? You doing alright there?
Yeah, doing fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine?
Yeah.
Everything's fine. Let me just go grab everyone. God. Hope these aren't the wrong. So yes. You arrive in the upper plateau of Saffron Province. Arriving at the Kaijo ruins, you see the motley assortment of dwarves and their ragtag reconstruction of the fortifications of this place. You just buried your friend Kabancho, gone now to wherever souls go. And before you, you see the dwarves who you hitched a ride with last time. They wave to you grimly and call out, "Best be keeping away from the river. Seems the beast grows hungry." And they gesticulate towards their craft, bashed as it is upon the shore.
So, Tento, you wanted to help these fine dwarves, right?
How quietly are you saying that? How loudly are you saying that? Are they overhearing you? They're looking in your direction?
I mean, I'm not really trying to keep quiet about it.
Alright. Man who you remember being named Gron says, "Take all the help we can get. There's a fat reward in it for you now."
So, Tento, you have any family history with giant lake monsters? Anything you forgot to tell us about?
No, I don't think so. Not so much
must be
like I was
telling
made
the
from two Ilkuroses. Ilkurais? Ilkuroses.
I'll let you figure that one out. You'll get to make the play.
Look your wussies, you know.
Ilkuroses, thank you. Thank you, Roshi. Ilkuroses. Alright.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks.
So hello there. What do you know about the lake monster?
Oh, well, other than what we told you last time, kind strangers, come up and we'll tell you. Meet me in Bard here in the lean-to. And this is for reference, like, you know, burdock piling, but you can just fly over to Roshi. But for everyone else, it represents like a 10-foot incline.
They'll just see me climb over it.
Yeah. Oh, doing a fine job. There's a man to have in a siege. Now then.
Where? We're on the map screen. Are we supposed to be seeing that?
You're here?
On the over map screen.
Oh, fuck
Yes,
me. No, hold on.
No, I'm in.
It says that it should be loaded out. Try refreshing. Wait, can everybody else?
Wait.
Can anybody else not? What map is everyone on?
Takajo ruins.
Yeah.
Takajo ruins.
Anybody else?
I was not.
I see dwarves and stuff. I presume
Okay.
that's where we're supposed to be.
All right, so it sounds like it's just
Darren's fault.
I thought he actually just left after that. He just booked it. You guys didn't notice him leaving.
Straight fucked off. You guys arrive. And yeah, it looks like this is probably, you know, a semi-restored fortress. You see leaky roofs and battered tiles. This looks like Sorajo did when you arrived, maybe a little worse. It's presently occupied by the dwarves, and I'm assuming that everybody else comes up and says hello. But I could be tripping about that. You guys could hang out down here.
What? Socializing? What's that?
Or not standing like 15 feet outside their castle after they're like, yeah, come and talk.
Okay, cool.
What?
I'm here now.
Not
Hello.
looking like a weird creeper? What's that?
It's okay. The hermit of the group is the one that talks and interacts with people first, you know.
So Barb
Totally
and Ron pull up by this table. This is sort of like a shittily constructed wooden structure. It's very sturdy and stout, a little short. Bardiga has to stoop. He's like, all right, what's the situation? And Gron points at a rough map they have of the river and says, the beast's been ranging up. The Talosotorio. The Tala what? The Talas Othiro. We call it the Thala for short.
Alright, that's easier to say.
Yeah, so the Thala's decided that it doesn't want to hang out in the lake anymore. It's a pretty deep creature, but it's striking out further. We don't know what's irritated it. It seemed like it was content to slink out of the woods and then live in the lake, but now something happened in the past 2 days. Sorry, in the past since happened yesterday. Around sometime before noon.
Mm-hmm.
We noticed birds flying everywhere, strange feeling on the wind. And then it happened, the attack. Either it announced itself or something spooked it. I don't know. He looks back and forth between you, and he says, we don't know what's happened, but we know it's not good. If it's threatening our river operations now, we can move the ore by cart, but it's going to cut into our time, and that's going to cut into our profits. Clan Tessin is paying us well, and he looks back and forth and says, we've had certain assurances that if we can keep them in the ore for this conflict, good things are in our future. So, it's pressing. We've got a stack of cash in it for anybody who takes care of this beast. What we know about it is this. It seems to have some sort of toxic ooze. They gesticulate towards strange bird marks in the edge of the fractured hull they pulled out of the river. It likes to strangle its foes. Whenever you try and get at its head, One of its arms whips into the way. May as well be clad in plate with all that meat between your axe and its brain.
Out of curiosity, is this creature in my bestiary?
Yes, you looked it up last time.
I completely forgot you had that book.
I refresh me of what my bestiary said.
Yeah, so you know that it has a resistance to acid,
Mm-hmm.
and it is vulnerable to fire and cold.
Let's tell how big it is.
So like the drawing is like you see like a boat that has like sails on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the creature coming up below the boat. You're not sure how big the boat's supposed to be, but it's got a mast and everything, and the creature looks a little bigger. And that's before you talk about the various limbs.
Hey, Lonnie, how much water can you control?
A fairly large area as roughly 100 foot cube.
I'm sorry,
100.
how big?
Like 100 feet this way, and then 100 feet this way, and then 100 feet this way.
I think Lonnie's just like pointing in that direction, like this way and that way.
And this way and that way and...
I might have an idea. Could be a fun idea too. Okay.
Well, do you guys have you guys had a plan to deal with this monster?
Our plan
Or
was
not
to leave it.
particularly.
Our plan was to leave it alone. We've talked about nets, chains, the like. Maybe calling a favor from some friends, but he shakes his head and says, "We don't know anybody who likes to go splashing around in the water. To be quite honest. Now, if this was some beast in a cave, we'd be able to, have somebody out there and go shoot it with our crossbows. But it's in and out, quick, in the water." And one of the miners at this point comes up and says, "I swear I've seen it out there at night. They said I was seeing things, that I'd had too much to drink. But I'm telling you, I know what it was. It's the island. It likes to cling to it. Oh, you and the island. Come off it." "No, I swear. I saw that's where it retreated to. On the eastern side of the lake, there's a very small island with one tree. I think it
Yes.
wraps itself around the banks at night."
Alright. That sounds like a good place to start.
Gron
Now,
says,
are you sure like 100 feet is enough if it's wrapping itself around a whole island? It sounds
the question is
really
how-
big.
How big is the island?
and the
how
guy,
far away is it
the
from
guy says,
shore?
"Oh, the island's got one tree on it, perhaps 20, 30 feet long, and
Oh,
perhaps a third of that wide. It's an island is a strong word for it. An islet. I mean, by lake standards, it's an island, but in the ocean, it would be a glorified sandbank with a tree on it."
How far away is it from shore?
Ooh, they kind of look at each other, and the other one nods and says, "At least a mile."
Okay. I say we go investigate the island. How's that sound, guys?
Target says,
And-
"All right, but
How are most
does
of us
that
getting
mean-
there?
Does that mean we're getting on a boat with that thing in the water?"
Yeah, how are most of us getting there?
I can move
Af-
there.
if it's that's the only dangerous thing in the water right now, right?
As far as we know, nothing else has been going after our boats, but I'm going to be honest, I haven't exactly been skinny dipping out there. More of a fortresses and hills guy myself. Barb nods and says, "We've checked everything. As far as we're aware, there's nothing else dangerous. The wildlife around here is fairly mild. The only trouble we've had is some creatures have been spooked or forced out of the woods by all the movement of the soldiers to the north. But nothing else in the water has threatened our patrols.
You guys have any supplies you could share with us while we try to get more information and help you defeat this monster?
Say, well, what do you need? Braun says.
Probably a
Well,
boat.
medical supplies is always wanted.
They nod, and they say, we may have a healer's kit to spare, but we are trying to hold on to what we have for the moment, considering how long it will take to get anything resupplied, and now that we can't trust the river.
Oh. I mean, we can fly out there. I just can't promise we can fly back. If we handle this, can there's someone that can come pick us up off the island?
Of course, we've got plenty of boats. We've got them all pulled up on the shore now, but you'll be in visible range, so yeah, when we see you finish the job, we'll cast out and come get you.
How far
Well,
is
if you
the
see us in
island?
trouble, could you also cast out and come get us?
Kind of look back and forth, and they're like, well...
Uh,
Barb says,
that's a very realistic response. That's fair.
Barb,
you know?
Barb says, if we put more men onto a wooden boat in the water with those creatures in metal armor, what do you think is going to happen? More graves. If we
That's
How
could-
far is
if
the
we-
island from the shore?
You said that.
They're estimating a mile, but bear in mind, these guys don't have trigonometry vision. They're just like giving you their best guess based on memory. And
They
they
don't?
Oh, wait. Math. A mile. 60 feet per 6 seconds.
You know, 4 feet high dwarves, they can see pretty far, right? They understand that 4 feet high.
I'm not worried about
Figure out
that.
the distance between that. They can use the trigonometry of getting their height and the distance. They got this. They work with Roth.
How many feet are in a mile?
Well, if you are in a mile.
How many feet are in a mile?
It was worth an ask. So, gang,
Gang.
are we, are y'all still up
10
for this task?
rounds. 10 rounds in a minute.
I am. Yeah, let's go check out the island, see what happens.
Absolutely. So,
Wait, are we flying?
Oh, you can go far with fly with the full 10 minutes.
So I will leave you on the Saffron Province screen to remind you of the distance between you and the lake.
Is there like,
This is the island.
okay.
You are presently, small stream points out, 5,280 feet. You guys are presently 45
Thank
miles
you.
away. So, you know, it's not like you can click your heels right now and make it out there. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to reheat the last half of my mozzarella stick. One moment. So,
Okay.
confer
Okay.
amongst yourselves about your plan.
So basically, assuming I don't need the spell slots for anything else, I can do Conjure with the beam. But that means I will have at best 3 slots of Control Water. It lasts for Control Water lasts for 10 minutes. But that's if I don't lose concentration.
All right.
We can just send Zion.
All right, Zion, you ready to solo?
Yeah,
those?
you know-
Tyr can also walk on water as long as he doesn't stop.
Just like
The
just
thing is,
run in
though,
place, you know. You just
As long as he doesn't, wait, as
I
long
would
as he don't stop
still-
moving, or
Yeah.
I
as
would still
long as he
rather
doesn't
us-
stop moving.
I would still rather all of us, including Zion, to fly out. Like,
yeah, that'd probably
get
be
some
safer, wouldn't
element-
it?
because
of
we can just drop
surprise.
Zion out of the air.
once we figure out where it is. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. We need to actually find out where
Use Zion as
if it's
bait.
completely submerged.
Also,
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out more answers once we get to the island.
I was
Um,
also thinking about using speak with animals to see if I can like talk to any of the fish or whatever near it. Well,
That'll
I
probably be a
guess
good
near the
idea.
shore.
So
Just ready for all of us to get yeeted out the window.
does anyone have a good way of lighting it up
so much for
so that people above the water can see where it is underwater?
I would if I could keep up 2 concentration spells.
It's time for a mozzarella moment,
Kai has,
everyone.
Kai has fairy fire.
There's also that.
As if he wants to use it on it.
Hmm.
Look at this real quick.
Delectable. Okay.
Yeah, I guess Zion doesn't have any issues actually casting spells underwater, right? Like he can still do it can still do verbal components, right? Because it doesn't need to breathe. Or is it gonna get waterlogged?
I mean, it stands to reason because it doesn't need to breathe.
Okay.
I mean, if it doesn't need to breathe, how does it talk? Does it just have its speaker in it, or like the inner machinations of Zion?
This
I
is
need
rough.
these answers, damn it!
I mean, I'm assuming Zion could store a certain amount of air and then like let it out in a bubble, but I guess that might do the verbal component.
I mean, regardless of the science, I just want to know ahead of time. Will you allow Zion to do verbal?
Sorry, you cut out there at the end. Will I allow Zion to do what?
Verbal component spells underwater. Like, regardless of the science, I just want to
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll
cool.
work out more about that later, but my answer right now is yeah.
Okay, so
What about Orochi underwater? Before we did a comedic lightning in water, it was funny, but
you
Were you
need
under?
some verbal.
Were you underwater when you did that, or were you like just swimming in it?
no, Zion and I were underwater when we first did that in the one of the dungeon
River
crawls.
things, yeah.
But no, I'm talking about like considering that I can produce my own air. Could I theoretically do air blasts and lightning blasts underwater? Or I can produce my own air and lightning.
I will let you bubble beam. If you shoot lightning in the water, there will be consequences.
Oh,
if
she
you are
uses
also
bubble
in that
beam.
water, that's just you're not casting a spell. You don't have any special protection against what you're doing.
Also,
It's not very
Darren,
effective against Hydra. Yeah.
I think this will. Well, I guess Darren and Kai, they will affect you most. I don't remember the specifics of underwater combat, but I'm pretty sure ranged is at disadvantage.
Oh no,
Is-
you're absolutely fucked up with ranged. And
Yeah.
melee too, but
I don't think anything done to melee, or is it like you have to meet a stern strength requirement so you can
That
go
melee is
underwater?
also disadvantage.
melee is also a disadvantage, but range is disadvantage, and your distance to hit is cut
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Jesus.
to like
So
something ridiculously small.
essentially, you two are gonna have a rough time.
No, that's what I'm saying. If we have a good way of lighting it up, people can be above water and still see it.
That is also if we need to hit it while it's in the water. It's like we can probably still hit like. I feel like it's gotta attack us, you know.
I would assume the lake monster would be in the water,
Well,
and
the
not
main-
always out of the water.
The main body, but I don't know what other parts might be out of water. Cause like we fought another like underwater creature, but like it was mostly above water.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been a dumb creature.
But yeah,
one of
like
the pollution creatures.
Wait, what was that?
It was one of the pollution creatures.
Yeah, it must have been.
no, I'm talking about Horn HQ.
Now,
But-
this is your second river monster of the campaign.
Just know that you two are probably gonna have a rough time without spells.
Tento's got his long lightning stick, and I tap his dwarven discharger.
Lightning stick. Lightning? It's not
Does it
lightning.
shoot
It's just
lightning?
no. It's just light.
Are you also
Like
attuned?
hard
light
light.
stick.
Are you also
Hmm?
attuned to the staff? Like, can you make the ice platforms?
My cloak. Yeah, I'm attuned to my staff. It's just a 10-minute ritual that I have to do first.
Also, the
Okay.
platform isn't that big. It's like the size
It's
of
under my
him.
feet.
Yeah, I just don't. Actually, probably don't bet on actually being able to be on the water. Because I am probably going to use the effects. Sure. I don't think you guys want to be there for that.
So, Tier, Tento says you can use Fairy Fire.
Yeah, I used it a couple times.
Yeah, I think he
Would
likes
you mind using it
sliding.
again on this creature, or try to?
I could try.
So I guess
Um,
before
can
we
Sorry, can I ask them how do they know how deep the water is around the island?
No. So okay, like imagine you've seen an island very far from you on a body of water, and
Okay, so they've
every
legit
st-
never been there.
Yeah, nobody here has been there. One dude was obsessed with it because he was seeing shapes in the water. Everyone said, "Nah, dude, you've been having too much to drink," and
Okay.
he is now vindicated. And says, "No, I saw it, and I saw it going back to the island." Now people are beginning to kind of believe him.
So there's two ways that we can try. So I can part water, but that only works if the water level around the creature is not more than 100 feet. Or I guess like essentially we could try to like kind of get in a way, and then we don't have to worry about any of the underwater effects. Or I can just do whirlpool, and that does. Oh, it has to make a strength saving throw. Fuck.
As
Yeah,
long
I
as it's
mean,
not you
so
making
but
it.
if it's like a shallow lake, you should be good. If it's a deep lake, it's probably more like 130 feet. If it's an average lake, it's probably like 130 feet. If it's a deep lake in that particular part, you're fucked.
I mean,
You could roll nature or survival to maybe get a little more insight about what you think based on what you know of the area, yada yada yada.
based on the size of the lake, I'm assuming it's gonna be pretty deep. Also,
Also
before I
means
forget,
Zion can't really just walk across the bottom either.
It would have a really hard time getting back up.
I'm more
Hard
worried about
time
it being
seeing.
in range to hit it.
That's true. If all it does is sink, then yeah, it would be
Um,
very hard to hit.
Can I make a nature? Well, actually, I guess when we get closer, when we're in visible sight of the island, I want to make a nature check.
Sure.
um,
Yeah, and by the way, like they have Gron has furnish like, here you go, we got a healer's kit we can spare, and the ancient Bardiga who's like, nice. Who wants this?
Barty, I think you should hold on to it.
Sure thing.
Tier,
Are you gonna? Have you ever fought anything that's underwater before?
You asking
Sure.
Bardiga?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna be honest. Normally, I shoot things that come out of the water. That's my general strategy. My experience, shooting an arrow into water is a great way to have an arrow floating on water.
Yeah.
What? You Never mind. I remember one time I watched I think it was like a Turok movie, anime movie, and they were just like shooting arrows underwater. I'm just like, that's not how that works.
Amazing.
It's like a straight shot too. That's all I thought. That's not how that works. But okay. Sorry, go on.
Now, what was your plan, anyways?
Oh, well, I pull out what they're called, at least in my inventory, they're called a necklace of blue beads.
No,
I should, these are basically ice bombs. I was gonna blow it up.
Can't we just
When
zap
did you
the
pick that up?
water enough to annoy it to come on land?
You can try, but depending on how much water is, it will take a while.
you don't exactly like ask a squid to come on land, you know?
Come to the surface.
That wasn't your plan? I thought you wanted to talk to it.
It has. No, I was going to talk to things around it. I'm
Oh.
not actually sure if I can talk to.
I believe in you. You can talk to any creature.
There's. I can talk to animals. Like. Oh, actually.
Is,
I actually
Hydra-
now.
is it not an animal? Is that what you're trying to say?
You. I actually now wonder if I was allowed to speak to that chimera.
I remember you talking to the Chimera.
I don't think I was supposed to be allowed to, unless it counts as a beast.
I mean, you know, with several animals stitched together.
Yay.
Makes sense to leave.
At least at least like D&D hard rules, like there's a difference between beast and monstrosity.
Hmm.
So up to you how you want to rule that. But
Well, let me put it this way:
thought
if
about this.
this thing is an animal that has arisen naturally of this world, you should be able to communicate with it. This thing has had an appearance associated with a disturbance in Kokoloi Forest, and is acting strangely. It's in the bestiary that Tento has. That doesn't really verify anything about its origins, though, and that bestiary includes lots of monsters and things that would be labeled as monstrosity. So
But it's called a bestiary. That means they're all beasts, right? That means I can talk to every single thing in the book, right?
Right. So
Yeah,
I was to
go
say,
on.
you've got evidence in both directions, and at the moment you can't be sure which is correct.
I'm not sure I can talk to it.
Well, anyways, Tier, I think you can use this more than me, and I hand you the acid immunity gloves. As long as you wear these, your hands will be protected from acid damage, and they're pretty good against fire damage too.
I have to be attuned to those.
You do not have to be attuned.
Okay.
I do also have a suit that's like Bardica's, except it's against cold. I don't know if planning on being near these ice bombs Scout's talking about.
I show her the beads. Yeah, these things.
Yeah, that's the glove I had hand Tier.
Oh, should we start walking over then?
I thought we were flying over.
45
We're
miles.
walking
It's a long way away.
Stop
Okay,
being
we'll
lazy.
walk there. We'll walk halfway there.
Lonnie, how close do you need to be to water to do all your water stuff? Wait, Tier, didn't you say you have a friend that can manipulate water? Can we like call him or something?
Alright, yes, let's just get the express line real quick. Express mail.
Yeah, it's really quickly like, hey, I hear there's a gang in a city in a different province with a guy who can control water. He's also going to be a very altruistic man who would absolutely just fly right over here to help you fight a monster now that he's rich.
I mean, Darren, wouldn't you think he would do something like that?
It's
Yo,
not
I just
like
happened to be in the neighborhood.
it's not a question if he could or could not. It's a question of hello, he's in another fucking Providence.
Well, I mean, he did his last statement was he was gonna go travel. He was just gonna leave town. So, who's to
Out of
say he
sheer
stayed in that area?
Hey!
Out of
Oh,
sheer
look
convenience,
off in the
I
distance. He's
decided
not
to go
flying.
to the Kokoloi Forest. As my
Yeah.
first venture out into the world, let's go into the super
Yeah.
deadly forest.
I mean, he wasn't the brightest.
He ain't here.
Oh, I don't know. He made all of those intelligence checks.
So,
He made a lot of intelligence checks. Don't tell me he's not the brightest.
so it's 45 miles. If you take a boat, you'll go a little faster, but you have the risk of being caught out by your enemy.
Did they say it was in the river?
No,
Like, it was in
yeah.
the river, or is it just in the lakes?
Okay,
Yeah,
so before
it's-
it was in the lake, you returned to find this boat broken on the shore they pulled up here because it has escalated due to something that happened yesterday. It got annoyed and went downriver and attacked a boat.
Okay, how big is the river, by the way? Like, do we have dimensions for the river?
You guys crossed it once, and it was like 100 feet-ish.
Okay, cool. At least there's no way it is bigger than 100 feet somehow. I don't think water while that is around.
Thought the thing we were gonna do, we were gonna fly over there.
We still need to get close enough to fly. I can't.
So, you want to take a hike?
Can't fly the whole time.
Okay. You can
Before we
do
head out, I asked the dwarves, so, do you guys have spare ammunitions, bolts, arrows?
Like, oh, sure.
I look at Bartiga.
As like, yeah, I'm a little low on arrows, not gonna lie. I could use a few. Oh, well,
You've used a decent amount of the forest.
Did he use a
we
decent
can.
amount of force?
And yeah, they top you up on like mundane munitions. If you need arrows or crossbow bolts.
I need
Alright.
those arrows.
Hush.
Hush about what?
Trying to get free supplies.
People thought I was the beef.
I'm asking for it. They're giving it. All right, let's get
Yes,
going.
I asked for all things I take too.
No, you don't.
I'm
Let's
about
go.
to murder a lot of fish, aren't I?
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, most
That guy's like, yeah.
large-scale spells like that tends to destroy the ecosystem.
Like, I'm literally not seeing. Oh wait, no, never mind. It does have a size for the.
This
Okay, cool.
this will affect the local trout population.
That's
So
good.
as
They're
long as
really
salmons are
overfished
okay.
soon.
Just a trout, it's fine.
I agree.
All right, let's get
The
going.
salmon's race supreme.
Alright, so
Oh wait, I guess one thing. How do you want to check if the monsters in the river beside us?
I was gonna try to ask some of the local wildlife close to the shore, but other than that, I
Also, just look out for it.
now have you tried looking deep into the water, especially near a mining, like an area where they do mining? It's not
It's-
exactly the cleanest water.
But I would think I'd be able to see like a giant creature in the water.
Gron would point out, when it gets going very quickly, it throws up a wake. You'll notice it if you study the surface of the water.
Yeah, see?
All right.
But
Do them to me.
when it's moving slowly, kind of shrugs. Wouldn't say.
Also, these creatures tend to have camouflage. Like, they tend to be colored so that they're hard to see from the surface.
You have the best theory.
Let's just go.
Easy. All right, so
That's my check. Said nothing about that.
the dwarves are happy to know that you're doing this and offer to come with you as far as the shore, and they'll bring their boats to be prepared to back you up. Barb gets some of his ableist compatriots. Goes you towards fish, tisk tisk tisk, hashtag druid life. Indeed. What if there were a druid in this party? You think things would be going differently right now, Casey?
Time to go check the druid spell list because I'm sure they have more than what I can do.
Yeah, you guys travel along the edge of the terrain, and there's a nice burbling river. Some dwarves with you now. They have a cart with a boat on it, and they've got their crossbows out. They're watching the water, mostly. It's
We'll also be watching.
not a long... Well, you never know. It's not a... You are on the border of a conflict zone. It is not a long walk, but it is a considerable one. You more or less give up the progress of your day to double back 45 miles. It is evening by the time you arrive at the lakeshore. This is the lakeshore.
Right.
They gesticulate to a small one-tree island out on the lake.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Does the island look natural from here?
Yeah. Looks like a very small island. Little island.
This has a single tree on it. That's
And-
weird.
And from any possible knowledge I have of like islands of this size, is it like a gradual like slope into the water, or
Give me a nature or survival at your preference.
I'm gonna guidance myself for this.
So, Roshi, as a hermit, do you also have like knowledge of islands too, or is it just mountains?
No, I've only lived on a mountain and not lived on an island before.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I don't know what these huge.
Also, that's like not even an island. That's like a little bit of dirt piled up.
Okay, you just said you didn't know anything. Are you like holding on us,
Alright,
or
so,
like?
Lonnie, you are confident that while this lake is very deep, the area nearby actually probably does not get deeper than 75 feet. Maybe less.
Ooh. I'll let them know about this, by the way.
The water.
No, no.
But there is a pretty steep fall off. Once you get off of the island, like it does fall off pretty steep to that plateau, and then plateau further out from there. But in the immediate engagement area, that's what you're looking at.
No,
So
Zion,
do we want
we're not
to-
walking in the water this time around.
So, do we want to do a night scout, small party night scout?
What?
Do we want to throw
can
Chento into the
act-
water to let him swim across, figure what's there, and come back to us?
I can legit make a trench 100 feet by 100 feet by 100 feet.
Indeed. You have a great capacity for
That's
nature magic.
fucking huge.
Barb is up here. He says, I'll be honest. If things seem to be going south, we can't exactly climb into the boat. But if you make it back here, we'll cover you. They grunt affirmatively, showing their crossbows.
Much appreciated. So, do we want to wait till morning or try to scout out that island tonight?
Yeah, just do it tonight.
All right, so you guys wanna, or rather, yeah. How do you scout the island?
This question is: do we all want to go, or do only some of us want to go?
Are we really worried about causing commotion? I don't
In
mind
the
just
ocean?
going first. In the ocean.
Strong wake in the lake.
I'm pretty
The most
lame.
mobile out of all of us is me and Tier.
Yeah,
You have a
and
much higher
therefore
chance of
it'd
getting
be.
out than anyone else.
We also
Can
have a great chance of
only
just rescuing me too.
just do speak with animals and see if any fish or other sea creatures might be willing to chat with her.
Yeah, there's like a
A gusting wind,
small.
Lonnie, into the river.
This. There's a small silvery fish, kind of like in and out of the shallow waters, darting around, eating at the worms that live in the mud. And it gurgles and burbles, and little bubbles of air
Blop.
come up and pop, and yeah, it says big big fish, big fish island,
How big?
I don't
big
think that's how. I don't think that's how speak works. I don't think
Wait,
words can be trapped in a bubble.
is it always there?
No.
Do you know when it's not there?
During the day.
All day?
Dunno. Only came near once. Almost died. Definitely there at night.
Is it sleeping at night?
Dunno. But sleep. Swim.
Thank you.
Swim. Swim.
I like this fish.
The fish did not seem to be able to give you a color commentary.
What
We might not have a choice about. Donnie's gonna turn to the doors like, you've only been. Well, actually, do you ever ride the boats at night?
And they look back and forth and they say, we tend to do it during the day to cut down on accidents, but we've done it when the light was thin.
Like right now, Sin?
He looks up and he says, no, a bit darker. But sure, we've been out around now. The sun is the horizon is just starting to get orange. Rather, the sky above is starting to get orange.
Has there been any attacks at this time of the day?
No, but we mostly stayed out of the lake. So, shrug.
Well, the fish are saying that it's usually out during the day. They don't know like how long, but it's definitely there at night. It might not be.
So, Tento, you whip out a staff and you start dipping it in the water, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, they have another druid.
Tento just fucking laughs at that. No. I'm the only druid. She's a cleric.
Oh, I see.
Lonnie's just gonna roll her eyes.
One says, a cleric of nature, clearly. She can talk to the fish.
Yeah.
Or she readies a gusting wind.
Oh, that's good. Alright. So, Tyr, Roshi on standby. I'm gonna go say hi to the island and see what's there.
Oh, you're
Yes.
actually going.
Oh, what? Yeah, why wouldn't I?
It's a mile.
Yeah, I'm coming with.
That's a
Um,
really long trek.
Tio's
How long
gonna
can you
try
walk on water?
walking on the water to see how much ripples it makes.
Alright, so it makes the same ripple as like a small skipped stone.
How long does this ritual last again? I think it lasts for an hour. Can I just walk there too?
I mean, yeah, you can walk a mile in an hour.
How are you getting
Dion,
back?
are you able to make any of the tattoos right now, or is that something?
It's at the beginning of the day. Did you not have yours?
No, I just wanted to give them. Oh wait, no, it has to be a spell that you cast, right? Fine.
Or someone who
So
helps them make the
Tyr
thing
and I are
can
just
cast
gonna
it.
Oh,
walk on water.
I wanted to try to let one of them be able to also speak with animals, but
Another thing we can try is have the doors help us make something of a platform. We still do have 2 levitating discs.
That's true. You got 2
Wait,
levitating discs.
can
You got the ability to
Tyr
stand on water.
still walk on water while holding me?
Have you tried?
Santa, why are you always trying to find the laziest thing to do?
Well, no, I'm just saying, if it takes me an hour to walk over there, you know, it takes me 10 minutes to perform the ritual to walk on the water.
Bardic says, "This is."
Are you gonna
Well,
do that in the middle of the lake?
Bardic walks up and he's like, "I'm gonna be honest here. Why are we not just doing the thing where Lonnie makes the things make us fly? No, no pressure if you're like tired of that or anything. But that seems like I thought that was the plan. I thought you told us that was the
well,
plan.
are we? I mean, I guess there's no harm in just camping on the island tonight if we decide to not do it tonight.
I don't think we will be camping on
Yeah,
that
let's do
island
it. That
tonight.
sounds like a great idea. Yeah, let's just make us fly. It's fine.
The guy who said who said oh yeah, I hung up by the island. Like, did you ever see its surface on the island, or like it's like, oh, I just saw like a big shadow move there.
That guy isn't with you right now. But if you ask Barb, he'd say, I don't think he ever saw it come above the waters. He was talking about shapes and shadows and ripples. But he never saw anything on the island that it would be hunting either.
That being said, we all know if we camp on the island, Lonnie's gonna leave us in the middle of the night.
But she won't be
The
able to. She'll
island
be
is
surrounded by
solid
water.
ground.
Surrounded by a shit ton of water.
So she wouldn't move. Okay, guys, let's
I
just fly over
don't
there.
mind helping you get to the island, but if we're also doing this tonight,
We are not here to fight the thing tonight. We just need to figure out more information about it.
Important
and
question.
if it's only here at night, are we just waiting the whole day?
Depends on what we find.
What is the fly speed that you get granted with fly?
I believe 60 feet. I already did the math.
Okay, so you know how far you can get per cast?
If I did it right, I think it's 36,000 feet. Assuming you use every single movement for fly. Because it's 10 rounds in a minute, right?
Well, so if you're dashing at that speed, you're
Oh,
going.
this is without dashing.
Okay, so without dashing, you'll go 6.8 miles per hour. You can definitely get out there.
Yeah.
So you guys, what do you do?
I
just fly
guess
over
I
there.
will. Okay, I guess I'll join them as well. Wait, how many of us are going? You, Roshi doesn't need it. Artica, I don't know if I actually have. Do you want to come?
Or I was like, well, I mean, I could stay here.
Yeah, you know what? That's just in case stuff goes bad with the dwarves.
I think Zion stays back. I'm sorry, Zion, but if the fly spell ends and you sink to the bottom of the lake, we're not gonna be
It's
able
gonna
to.
take a while to get you out. That's
It doesn't
the...
need to sleep. It'll just walk back.
I'm going to assume it's gonna take you a while. I don't know if you want to go through all that mud.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Staying or fine with being stuck in the mud?
Being in the water.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll just have the.
Yeah,
They also have a fly speed of.
you wave your hands and tone the words, and a swarm of 8 pixies appears around you. One of them drops a small cigarette, saying, "Ah, fuck, I was on my smoke break, really?" And stomps it out onto the
Oh,
shore.
I'm sorry.
You guys
I
have
don't know.
smoke
Can
breaks?
you smoke
Wait,
and
wait, no,
fly?
wait, Lonnie, this is an important question. What do you guys take breaks from?
And she's like, "What do you mean take breaks? I'm a line cook."
Oh, I think you're like, all right,
And
yeah,
the
no,
other
that's fair.
pixie is like, "I was just enjoying the woods, but here I am, summoned to assist you. I can't wait to do so."
I like the line
I'm
cook more.
The line cook is now rolling a joint.
All right,
um
this line cook knows how to live.
I mean, if you just help us, fly real quick.
Lonnie, the the pixie doesn't care. They can literally do this while flying.
Yeah, like I mean, you really don't have to do much. So it's just the smoke break in a different location.
Sure. And
Like the gravelly voice. Yeah, whatever.
the other pixie's like, "Oh, don't mind her, you know. She doesn't like the whole summoning thing, but what can you do? Haha."
I was like, I assume none of you like this stuff.
And the other one's like, "Oh no, I live to serve. Honestly, when I'm not being summoned, all I can do is lackadaisically stroll through an ethereal wood. And honestly, I've already counted and cataloged
Okay,
all of
you
the
can
types of
stop. You
leaves."
can stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Actually, you asked the question.
Bardica's like,
And I
"All
regret
right."
it. That's why I asked her to stop.
Bardica's like, "All right, so all of us or just most of us?
I think it's just most of us.
Who's staying behind?"
I was planning on just doing this. Just Tento, Zion, Tier, and Lonnie.
Are you gonna leave
And we'll
Lumi
have-
behind?
And then we'll have an extra cast of fly for the way back.
All right, so Bardica, Lumi, and then Oroshi's gonna fly himself, correct?
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
Bartiga's staying here. Lumi's not flying either.
Bardica's like, "All right,
If you
all right, Lumi. Ever played cards?" Lumi gives him a look and lies down next to him.
Wait,
Hey, if something
you
goes
cast-
wrong, just tell Lumi.
I want to see Lumi play cards with Bardiga. Wait, I want to see the shit.
hold on, if you cast fly on Lumi and you ride Lumi, then you won't waste a cast of fly, right?
I think
I don't really think I need Lumi there right now. And
Wait, I
it'll
mean,
be
in
a
that
point
case,
of contact.
I mean, if that's the case, then why don't she just hop on you and just ride on your shoulders instead? Why does she need Lumi?
Also, I really don't want to think about if I get knocked off of you, what happen. So
Oh,
this is
you'll
what
just
we're
fall.
doing.
You'll just fall
Depending
into the
on-
water. It's fine.
Depending on how high up we are, you could just glide back to shore. Towards shore.
I
should say.
don't want to risk it. We're going.
Or you could plummet into the water.
And
I don't
yep,
think that's a-
we're not thinking about that. We're not thinking about that, and we're going right
the water
now.
seems particularly dark as the sun sets. A red-orange ripple across a great blue unknown as the pixies raise their voice, sprinkle their ashes, and bring forth from pixie dust the power of flight lifting within you. Except Orochi, you just do this.
Except for Roshi, just
Static
like, yeah.
shocks into the air. It is a long flight. It is cold. It is late evening air. A young night ahead of you. Clean, crisp, cool air striking your face. After some time, you arrive at the lake. And we make sure you're on the right Z-line.
No, Orochi
Hey.
can't be Peter Pan.
Oh.
Peter Pan likes kids. I don't even think Orochi likes people.
You guys fly out to the island, and yeah, it's just like a little lozenge. Really.
Oh yeah, they did say like 3 feet. Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. It just chills here?
Mm-hmm.
Is there something on the tree?
Oh, I know why it's doing this because it fucked something up. One moment.
A reminder out of game. Control water is a concentration spell, and I can't be in. And unless a Roshi just carries me in the air, I can't be flying while this. Like I'm going to be in range of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have flown up to the island. You feel free to put on yourselves how high you're flying. I'm assuming the pixies are keeping height with you. There is a nice herbal scent trailing from behind Lonnie. One of the pixies is obviously smoking some pixie dust. And yeah, there's
He's
They can
smoking
do that?
himself?
What does that do? Yeah, what does that do for them?
I'm using a euphemism here, but yeah, you guys
Tento's
see
very.
the
Oh,
nature
how do I control
ahead
my
of you.
how do I control my feet again?
Right click,
Yeah.
and then it's the top left number. That should be at 0 right now.
Okay. Tento is flying close to the tree here. He's like, okay, well, there has to be something special about this thing.
Yeah, so it's a very small islet with muddy banks, some grass over the top, a bit of a mound of grass on the east end, and a tree on the west. It is a large fawning tree with many interwoven branches in a tight, curly, zoomer haircut style perm of green.
Roshi's gonna ready an action to cast the staggering blast if he sees a hostile creature.
All right, yeah. Put
I'm
something
gonna
on
go closer to
yourself.
your tree.
So, you come upon the tree. It's definitely a tree. Got many tree-like properties. Bark on the outside. If you were to cut it down, you would have enough wood for probably like 3 or 4 good nights of fire, not more.
Oh,
Okay. Did anything else about the tree? Like,
Yes, yes. If you gaze upon its trunk closely, you see graven here 3 runes, nay, characters of the human tongue. A K, some wider rune, and an S. Oh, perhaps a heart.
the fuck?
Oh.
Who the fuck? Guys, what does K? Is this less than 3S mean? Any thoughts? Zion, you're smart.
Kills are less than 3 times the people you saved.
What the? What?
I don't know.
Is there, is there anything else around the tree?
You find nothing in particular around the tree. I mean, so okay, roll me investigate. If you guys want to turn over the fucking like island, roll me investigate. Anybody who's looking in the water, give me a perception.
well, I also just.
I love this game. Okay.
Zion has investigated the island very thoroughly. Okay, so in ascending order, Tento, yes.
Can I like swan dive into the water, start swimming to get an
The
advantage
fuck?
on my perception?
I won't give you an
Why would you
advantage,
even-
but I will reduce the DC.
How would they give you an advantage?
Damn.
Okay, so you splash out into
Jeez,
the water, and it gives you that nasty lake water spray in your eyes. Your eyes are mostly blurry, even though you're seeing underwater. Zion.
All the muck gets stuck in my gills, and I just start coughing.
Zion. Okay, so Tento, you investigate the
Yes.
island. You find nothing other than the K Hearts S on this little islet. Zion, you investigate very thoroughly. So thoroughly, in fact, that you find in the muddy banks a gleaming hint of metal. You coax it out and discover what appears to be part of a rudder broken off from a boat.
Look what I said.
Here, you look in the water. Something stirs in the darkness, but you're not sure if that's just, the darkness or something in particular. But it feels like maybe there's something or some things to the south. Lonnie, you come to the water. Something that you're definitely not afraid of. You're 50 feet up still, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Only
I only have 60 feet of dark vision.
Only Zaya has boots on the ground right now. And Orochi is just swan dived in and is like just above the water at 0 feet again. Lonnie, you only have 60 feet of dark vision, but it's not. You see, but it first looks like you see like there's the darkness of the plateau and there's the darkness of what's beyond, right? You see what you think is the southern edge of the plateau shift. And tendrils wrap and wind. A great movement, barely visible on the surface of the water.
Things moving in the water. Is it like fast, or it just looks like
Is Lonnie shouting this
speed?
because she's 50 feet in the air?
It's not fast, no.
So Zan, why do you have a rudder? What? Is it old?
It is mine.
Oh, okay. I like your enthusiasm, but like, why is it here?
It's probably from the monster.
Why does? I mean, did it look like it kept the rudder?
It breaks ships, right? Or boats.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah, you can go back 60 feet.
why? But seriously, Casey, did you actually say that out loud?
Oh. It's funny because Lonnie dropped down to try to go talk to Orochi, and then Orochi just rose back up. So I guess Lonnie's going back
You
up.
see Lonnie and Orochi just flying past each other.
What are they doing? Oh my god. Let me see that rudder. Or Zion.
Lonnie will go to 60 feet then and
Is this-
tell Orochi and try to point out the
Is
stuff
this-
to Orochi.
It's just a rudder.
I
There you
can't.
go.
Give me a second. I need oh my god, there's so much shit in my eye now. What are you pointing at?
She'll like drag him down a little bit lower to like 40 feet, I guess, and then point out the moving mass of a shadow.
See,
You
Tinker
sure it's
waving
not
the
just
rudder
fish
around?
swimming around?
You don't have fish in the mountains. He doesn't know what they
Fish
look
aren't
like.
this long. Which doesn't look very long with her Lonnie's short arms, but
I mean, fish are that big, Lottie. I don't know if you've seen fish before, but they can get that big.
no, that'd be
Did
too
you find
mean. Oh
anything,
god,
Tia?
I really wish.
I think your silence is a no. Alright, I mean, this island just looks like a regular island.
With that, Orochi will fly over to everyone else. Like, hey guys, something's moving in the water. We should probably head out or double down. Orochi rises higher again and readies his action again.
I guess he can't do this without my help
Mhm.
anyway.
We could just double down and just take care of this problem now. If it's gonna come to us, why not?
I also just thought of I could make someone a dolphin.
Huh?
Why?
If they wanted a closer look.
Zion offers itself as tribute.
For what? Wait, what? What are we? Why are we tributing? What? Huh? I must have missed something. And I was like faint for a second. Why are we tributing you? What?
I'm
Are you going with the dolphin plan? Okay, we're going with the dolphin plan, right?
What?
or
I need to know if I need to go get a token.
What are we doing?
I
That sounds like
can
a bad idea.
make someone a dolphin.
Why would that help us in any way?
Okay, I'd like to see you actually look through the, like, get a glance at it through the water.
I don't think being a dolphin's gonna help with that. Water is very murky unless you want to get really close to it.
Now, you don't know how what dolphins do you?
What are you talking about? He's messing with mermaids. Of course he knows what dolphins do.
Oh, right. So
don't-
you know all about. So you know exactly how they're going to be able to see this creature. Okay, cool. I don't need to explain.
Tyr's
don't-
gonna cast minor illusion of a boat 30 feet out.
Ah, all right. Can you
It's gonna be
mark
a
on the
pretty
map
small boat.
where in particular the boat's going to be?
Right there. It's just a 5 foot by 5 foot boat.
A dinghy. Can you use like
Not
the,
even
one
a
of the template
dinghy,
drawers?
it's like that's like driftwood.
You use it.
Why are we
Use one of the
talking
template drawing features to mark it.
Why are you talking about Tyranny Fuels and the dolphins and shit? You could just do what Tyr did.
That is a very cute boat.
Oh, can you help him with this? Can't
why
you do
did
the
just do what
exact same
Tyr
trick?
did, Lottie? Why are you trying to turn people into dolphins?
All right. So there's a little dinghy, right? Um,
Oh well. Yeah,
There's-
there's fine.
Initially, there is no response. However, after a second, you guys do feel like the water around has gotten a little darker. At this juncture, is anybody getting turned into a dolphin? Is anything else major happening? Is this where you guys are positioned? And are your heights still accurate? Tento 15 feet up, Zion on the ground, Lonnie at 40, Pixie's at 50.
I guess
Tyr
I
30.
would have gone lower to talk to them.
Yeah.
If the water's getting darker, Roshi's getting higher.
All right. So,
Oh, damn, I can't do that.
at around this juncture, you see something break the water, piercing the illusion and splashing down in a line.
Can I
So-
cast Fairy Fire when I see it?
Abusive.
Yes, you can.
So Roshi was also holding his action to cast Staggering Blast.
So it goes in a 30-foot line. So like it crashed. The tentacle crashes in a line this way. Zion and Lonnie are in the way, making the deck save. And what's the fairy fire save?
Zion! Zion just takes it to the
Alright.
face.
Abdon success. 20 bludgeoning.
Jeez.
What is the success?
Halved.
13, okay.
And the affected creature. No, it's 20, so you'd be 10. If the creature. Doesn't say what the saving throw is here. Oh, it's a dex?
It's a
Okay.
Dex.
I hope a 17 makes it, or else we're in a
It's
lot
13
of
for the saving
trouble.
throw.
Yeah, 70 makes it. The DC for that was 13.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
That thing is that thing is it's very what's the
So,
word?
yeah, it swirls out of the way, and the blast was readied up by Orochi. So, Orochi, take your shot.
I didn't say composite, so I'm just gonna do this.
That's a hit, give me the damage.
And it is staggered. Or
Yeah, so
sorry, it was a synaptic blast. He is staggered.
Yeah, the thing you just shot is definitely you've ripped through most of this
Does it-
tentacle.
Out of curiosity, does it autofill its save? And that's why this is happening, or
No, hold on, one moment.
for other reasons? I guess it's a little metagamey to ask, but because that'd be a very interesting technical.
Yep. So it's stunned. It's going to choose between moving and main action next turn. At this juncture, you guys have gone all in. So, it's initiative time. The shooting has started.
Oh no.
Yep. Remember plans out the window immediately? Yeah.
I mean, not really. We can still just leave. We still have fly on us.
Wow.
That being said, Oroshi's
That-
first action to be, guys, we're getting out of here.
Your enemy's gotten
One minute he's very like acrobatic and
Initiative.
shit like that. The next,
Yep. Lonnie.
He
it's
is
your-
staggered.
So where did I see the tentacles exactly? By the way, when
You
I
saw-
saw the.
So you saw like in a wide arc, like the edge move, and it was sort of like an inky blackness, and you could realize they were tentacles when it rose up from the ground, and you could see the gap between. But those gaps aren't there anymore. So you saw them reaching out around the island, but you couldn't say where they are now. All right.
But it was like all around and not just one side. Okay.
It was all around. Was a sense that you got certainly.
Oh shit! I'm first. Lonnie's gonna ask 4 of the fairies to try to cast polymorph on the tentacle. They're
Alright.
gonna have to lower themselves.
All right.
I'll visit the rangers.
All right. Prepare for what may be considered some bullshit, but we'll put the save in chat.
I'm just very curious how I know that this can go very wrong.
So the
Oh
arm
my
fails,
gosh.
and you want a dolphin, correct?
No, oh no, I'm not letting this thing swim. What's something that can float? Like I don't know, a
Grenade.
dog, I guess.
dogs can swim.
It can't swim underwater very well, though.
And it can still
Depending
swim
on how
towards
smart
us.
this thing is, it could just drown itself to be poofed out of polymorph.
I'm sorry, what?
Depending on how smart it is.
All right, I'm going to use a wolf, but we know it's a dog because I already have wolves in. That's going to make this go faster. There is a fuckload of blood in the water as the thing you saw wrenches out, and there is a dog floating there.
Is it, Lonnie? What'd you do? Oh, you turned into. Why can't you do this to all things we fight?
Well,
If-
what the hell we're gonna do with it now?
We can bring it to the land and fight it there.
It is utterly surrounded, by the way, by blood. Like, blood is darkening all of the water around it.
That's a lot of blood for
I
something that's still
don't-
alive.
think that's supposed.
It doesn't look like it's coming out of the dog. Spewing from below as if though dark jets reddening the water.
That doesn't usually happen. I'm pretty sure.
We should probably back away now.
So, Lonnie, anything else for your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna go fly higher, and I'm gonna. How tall did the tentacle seem? Like rough estimate?
It burst into the water and swung itself 30 feet across from where it was. So, at least 30 feet was reaching the water.
Yeah, I like my safe distance of 60 feet, and I will just bonus action cast Sanctuary on myself and just try to look in the water again to see if I
Sure, give me perception.
see anything else.
Zion, it's your turn.
Zion will fly and pick up the doggo.
All right, the dog is going to contest that. Give me an athletics. Actually, I don't think you can choose acrobatics.
Oh,
Zion,
wait, I
that's not
actually
a
can't-
dog.
I also can't actually say anything.
Oh
right
my
now. Fuck.
gosh.
You grab
Wait.
at the wet dog. The wet dog splashes
Wait,
in the water.
I can
Flash of brew.
flash of genius myself.
You have you know the game of
You also have another attack.
You know the old Game of Thrones intro that had like the mechanical map of the world, right? That is the galaxy brain mode going on inside of Zion's mechanical head as like all the gears and cogs come together, and it realizes just how to grab the wet dog. You got the fucking dog.
You grab it by the
You
scruff.
pull it out. Everything you pull from the water, including your arms, is dripping in this deep red blood.
Lonnie just shouts out. 小心我不知道是哪里。
Zion, get away from there.
So we just go back towards the land, right? Not
Yes.
the island. Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so show me where you'd be at the end of your turn, Zion.
Let's see. I spent 25, so I have 35 left. So 25 to get back there, and another 10. So right there.
All right.
You should still also have fly if you care.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what
that's how
I'm
he's-
using.
Okay.
how
That's what
how
you're
it's
counting.
moving
Cool.
that
Cool.
fast. All right, so that's your turn, yeah.
Mhm.
Hiroshi, you're over the water. There's a lot of blood. There's starting to be tremors in the water on the wake.
Tento, does this have anything to do with your blood weapon? Didn't that thing go north?
Fucking what? No. The whole thing would be red then, not just like.
I don't
What question
know.
is that?
This much
I can
blood, it
use
looks like it's
bond.
going to be the whole lake soon.
What's your mind, Lonnie? You can just like turn individual. Like what happened?
Can Lonnie actually use? Because I don't think we ever said. I don't think there was ever any action on right now
Action comment and what?
for starting the transcendental bond.
Sure, I'll let you do it off turn if you want.
Lonnie is just gonna say to the bond like, I think it's still around. That doesn't usually happen. That's not supposed to happen.
What doesn't usually happen?
All of that blood, that's not. I don't think it worked properly.
Yeah.
So what did happen? What is that then? Sento points at the dog.
I don't know.
Well, for
Zion,
Roshi's turn,
punch it, see what happens.
he's gonna gathering power and hold a composite blast. That'll be my turn.
All right, yeah, the blood is blooming.
Tento's just gonna fly a little further up. Moving up takes my movement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's go to 40. So that's 25.
You have 60 feet right now.
Oh.
Because you have 60 feet of fly speed. So, I mean, I guess you could walk.
I guess I could, yeah. Probably 40 feet up, which is 25. I hit the wrong button.
Happens to us all.
And then he's just gonna move to 15 feet.
Guys, let's go.
Gonna move next to Roshi.
We're not here to fight this thing. We're just here to figure out what's going on.
And I'm gonna pull out my rifle and ready in action to shoot at whatever comes out.
I have a question. What direction are you looking?
In the way of the blood.
Understood. So something that emerges from that direction is what you will shoot. Okay.
Yes.
Tyr, it is your turn.
I agree with Roshi. We need to skedaddle.
Up to 60 feet. And then move 30 feet that way.
It's like up 60 feet and then straight down. Dive bomb towards into the blood.
All right.
I guess as an action, I'll dodge.
All right. Put something on
Out
yourself.
of curiosity,
to
is the wolf
indicate that you're
alive?
dodging. Yeah, the wolf seems
That's
to be
what I
alive.
wanna
The
ask.
dog is alive and
Sorry, the dog. Yeah.
and scrambling. It's like yeah, you'll see. All right. So three more tentacles break the surface of the water. At this time, everybody with a ready to action, feel free to interpret which one your character would attack.
I would say the closest one. I'm smack dab in the middle of two of them.
Yeah.
Strictly speaking, the one on the right is closer to you.
No, we can go for that one.
And Tento, given that you were looking south, I presume you'd shoot the southern one.
That depends. Is the other one within my peripheral vision?
Not unless you have some crazy fucking peripheral vision. Or you'd hear that. You'd hear the water. You hear the water
Yeah.
break. So you.
I feel like when I shoot the thing that's next to me.
Yeah, you look down, you hear the water break, and you shoot. Yeah, okay. All right. So give me your damage on your hit, Roshi. Yeesh. Okay. So you nearly destroy. Wait, Darren, did you roll the? Oh, that's the attack roll, the first one. Okay. So you guys both nearly, but don't quite destroy the tentacles that you shoot at when they pop up. That's it for the raid actions. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
One of the tentacles reaches out and attempts to give Tento the suck.
Whoa, for free?
For
60-foot range.
It doesn't
Indeed.
reach.
You're 40 feet up.
I mean, it doesn't hit me either. Sorry. I mean, it doesn't hit. It doesn't reach. My bad.
So, this one
Good friend.
moves over here and attempts to bash in the direction of Zion. So Zion, give me a dex save. I'll make the dex save for the dog.
Make it for the
Which is
dog.
presently grappled, so that's disadvantage.
Dang, Zion! He's like, ah!
So,
Wait, hold on.
look.
Can I give the dog flash of genius?
Yes, you were like, live, dog, live, as the dog tries to bite you. The dog gives you a nice attempt to bite at
Wait,
disadvantage
dog,
as
go
well.
dodge that way.
All right, so you managed to prevent the dog from getting hit. The damage that the tentacle bash deals has not yet been rolled. It deals 18 damage. How many hit points does a dog have, Lonnie?
Look at the dog stats. I just picked the animal outside. I don't.
Does it have more than 9 HP?
Do you even have dog stats?
Yeah, because like riding a husky or whatever is a meme.
A
Oh,
wild
you
dog
can't.
has 3 hit points.
Now,
Dog.
there is wild dog, and there is sled dog. And then there's,
Oh.
I think we're going to call it a sled dog, has 11 HP. Because that's the exact same as a wolf, so that makes it a lot easier for me to track. So,
Okay.
I was gonna say,
not
that is a dead dog. That is not a sled dog. That's not a wild dog. That is a
No,
dead
if it
dog.
has 11, it's still up.
Yeah, it's up at
Oh, it was
up
gonna
at-
be a dead dog.
It's up at 2 gaming. Alright, so the water has been pierced. This slapped him. This one's suction. This one's failed. Lonnie, you're up at 50 feet. Here's what happens at this juncture. This tentacle, like, gets really close and readies itself to do something. And then, Lonnie, You see something emerging from the deep to the south of the island.
I regret not just flying straight
Giant
up
penis?
more.
Oh.
I'm sorry,
Comes
what?
out from by
What?
the blood.
Good
It's
friend.
attacking us with all its appendages, okay, Darren?
And
Joking, Shane.
it acid spits at you.
Oh,
Wait, you have sanctuary
could
cast?
go very bad. Yes.
Okay, so it has to make a wisdom save.
Oh, it has. Oh, please tell me it has shit wisdom. Please don't tell me it was just. I think
that's
that.
a save.
Means...
Yeah, it's DC 16. So it does successfully target you with the acid spit. A glob of acid flies at you and just fails to hit. It doesn't like trying to focus on you, so it aims at easier targets.
Dang. I'm gonna get
Namely
8
the
damage,
pixies.
dude. Oh no! It's
But
mad
the,
that
the dog, this dog right here is an easy target.
Well, I just realized something crucial about this NPC that I'm still adjusting to how Foundry works. All of its rolls have been worse than they should have been, but I'm not going to redo any of them.
they're supposed to be worse. They're supposed to be better.
Yeah, they
Jesus.
were supposed to be better, but I fucked up something about how it's the thing I forgot to do in Foundry. It doesn't matter. Point is,
it doesn't hit.
the acid glob misses. 35 months. Q Prime, thank you for the resub. You're a great sub, Q Prime, and it resubmerges itself, and it is now under the water. With that, it is Lonnie's turn. Lonnie, what do you want to do? Acid has just flown by you and the pixies.
We're leaving, right? Right?
Yes.
Can't say that. Unfortunately. Oh wait, no. Do you activate transit at the one? I can't remember.
Yeah, it lasts for 9 rounds.
Okay.
I will rise up. Yeah, let's do. I will go up 100 feet.
Honey, don't you want to talk to the dog?
I presume 50 feet up. Actually, no, the tentacles go pretty high. Is that within? That tentacle within range of 60 feet of the pixies?
Yes, those tentacles are within 60 feet of the... Maybe the one to the bottom right might not be,
Okay.
but the top ones are, yes.
Can I have 2 more pixies cast polymorph on them?
Yeah, so one apiece, yeah?
Yeah.
Blood god.
Also dogs, question mark?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't think of much else.
Alright, yeah, blood spews as they
Jesus.
transform and plop into the water. Doggy-fied. More
Okay.
blood spews as the tentacles are severed at the base from their themselves.
That's what I thought was happening.
Okay, Zion, you can drop the dog. It's not its main body.
I mean, it's dinner.
No.
Does
You want
Orochi like
calamari, there's
seafood?
better ways to
He
do
lived
that.
on a
Yeah.
mountain.
Yeah, do you even know what this... Or unless
Main
he's talking about
creature
eating
we're
the dog.
hunting. We're not just gonna let it rot. Teddy, you can cook anything, right?
Alright.
So I'll have the pixies move up 100 or up like
A further 50 or further 60?
up 30 and then
Over 30. Yeah, I got you.
oh yeah, I was like how Z levels what?
Yeah, so up at 80 feet, and then you just move them 30 feet up, yeah.
5, 10, 15. And I will use my dash action.
Alright. So that's Lonnie's turn. Dion, alright, let me ask you this at this time. Is it the intent of the entire party to withdraw as swiftly as possible?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think... If you don't do anything to prevent it, the Thala might get one last cheeky acid shot salvo at you. Do you intend to do anything to prevent that hasn't already been done on your turns? They'll be at disadvantage at the range they'll have to shoot.
How would we prevent it from doing that?
I'm just saying, like, I'm proposing we skip to the final shots and then exit the fight. If you really want to play out your next turn, override me here. I don't want to, like, screw you.
Can I have Lonnie at least, like, try to give cover to the fairies?
Yeah, you can. Your body can. You can basically body block the fairies who stay, like, in front of you.
That's because if they lose concentration, this is going to be very bad.
Indeed. So, basically, you guys fly the fuck out of here. Zion, I presume you're still skimming over the surface of the water, dog in hand.
Yeah.
Everybody's fucking off. It does reemerge from around its island, and at great range that is still within its shooting, it fires off 2 globs of acid. It tries to target Lonnie. Let's see if it makes the wisdom save. Not.
No, it has to choose a different target then or lose the attack entirely.
Yep, so its new target is Tento.
The other small person.
Yeah, you look close enough, right?
Yeah.
A miss. And the next one goes towards
Did
Orochi.
you catch the acid?
Wait,
It
what?
wasn't aimed at you.
No.
But Tyr does have acid immune gloves right now.
Oh wait,
Could you
Tyr's
catch to
wearing
throw
them?
back the acid?
Tyr's wearing them? I didn't realize.
Yeah, I handed it to Tyr before
I mean,
we
you
left.
reach out and grab, but it just like splashes around your fingers. You know, it's liquid.
Well, he's not gonna Kung Fu Panda and just like use the flow.
I don't think so. The Thala looks
missed
grievously wounded and submerges itself back under the water. You note that the blood is pooled out in a sanguine oval as the group withdraws to the shore. With the dog in hand. How long does polymorph last?
An hour.
An hour.
Yeah. So the dog tries to bite you, Zion, but like you can't get through your plate.
Yeah, once we get to shore, Zion's gonna suplex the dog.
All right.
I mean, we could
It's
just
just
fly up
the head
and just
stuck
let
in
it
the
drop.
ground.
Yeah. So you're gonna suplex the dog. One moment. So guys show back up. Bardic is like, "Oh fuck, did you win? Hey, where'd you get the dog?" And,
Where'd you get the dog?
The dwarves and Bardic all stand up as they see you coming back. Lumi barks tentatively, looks at Lumi as if they're like, "Oh, you picked up another canine, huh?" And
Pick up another stray.
Not me, okay? It's not me.
It was you though.
Yeah.
He's like,
It literally
I'm
was
not,
you.
I'm not the one that picked it up.
Guys, get ready.
Yeah, so you suplex it. You splatter on the ground. Give me a thunder with advantage.
He didn't just like airdrop it.
Yeah, okay. You smash
Air
into the ground,
suplex.
and it, dies, and then expands into, and you will never guess, a Thalassotheri arm. And its body is like spread across a great distance, but it's wrangling, it's wangling, it's wongling, it's woongling.
So it's still moving like independently?
It's shaking. It's like a death spasm, but it does still try to swipe at everyone nearby. So it shows you another attack that you guys didn't get to see.
Oh, now we'll get to see.
A sweep. Want to make that save?
Hello?
Tento and Zion? Hello indeed. Let's see if you hit that. Oh,
22?
If you guys make this, holy shit.
Sorry, excuse me. This is going to hit the entire party unless you guys are flying. Still,
I
if
mean,
you fall-
Hiroshi would be in the air. He's not
Okay.
gonna touch the ground anytime soon.
Point is, it doesn't hurt you, but it does knock you over into the water as this thing bleeds all over. The dwarves rush forward, battle axe in hand and crossbows out to hack at this thing's flesh, and eventually stops moving, is dead upon the shore. Diane and Tento got bouted into the water, as did Tyr and Lonnie if they weren't flying. But yeah.
Out of curiosity, can Orochi zap the tentacle and see if it just constricts or if it like continues to act?
So yeah, if you fire upon it with lightning, it does seem that like the bioelectrical input does cause it to spasm in different ways. If you overload it with a lot of lightning, mostly going like ramrod stiff. If you deal less damage, more curling in a certain direction. But
it's still just spasming. It doesn't look like it's like moving on its own.
It doesn't look like it's any sort of an intellectual movement. Although, you will note that while there is a bit of blood at the tip, it looks like it's almost entirely sealed. That's pretty fucking fast. Unless it has something to do with the polymorph, which you don't have any reason to believe. That's a pretty fast seal off on that lost tentacle.
Alright, is this thing still oozing acid?
No.
Or was it ever oozing acid?
It's got like a drippy, like, it's got shit you don't want to touch in its suction cups, yes. But it didn't, the acid was shot out of the head.
Okay.
So, you want to help me dissect this, Zion?
Sure.
And, Barb says, "Is that it? Have you slain the beast? Have you slain
No.
the beast?
Oh, hell no.
No, this is one of the tentacles that I had.
Well, at least you bloodied it. So, don't seem to have returned too worse for wear. Why did you withdraw? Fight not going your way?
No, we literally said we're going out to look at the island and try to get more information.
Ah, so you were attacked
not
on your
to fight it
scouting
tonight.
trip. I see.
What should I roll for this?
What should you go for?
I'm giving you guidance. He's trying to
Dissect
scrap it.
it.
Usually it's survival, but
Scout, maybe you should, like, just in case, borrow some the gloves.
Derek, can I have the gloves?
Derek throws them at you.
Thanks.
Is it like a?
Is it one size
or
fit
is it
all?
like a?
It's like
maybe don't just throw around magic items willy nilly. Appreciate if
yeah.
Thank you, dear.
Eat into the water. I'm giving you guidance.
yeah, in the water. Can I get advantage because Zion's helping me?
Yeah, you
Yes,
get
I want
advantage
to.
from this, and you're getting up in the guts, yeah?
Am I? Yeah, I'm rolling survival, right? Or what
Yeah.
am I rolling for this? Okay, I just want to make sure. Oh my gosh.
Plus a D4 if you wish.
Add another 4 to that because of the flash of genius.
Genius, the dog.
16. There you go.
You quite literally doubled your result. Gee.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
I don't know. That's pretty amazing.
There is a poll.
Doubled your result.
There's a poll in the stream right now, viewers, that could have grave impacts upon the events tonight. So, please,
Scared.
players and viewers alike, consider and know you can add extra votes with your whist. Utento. Yeah, with a 12.
It's a 16.
16 total.
Because he flashed a
'Cause
genius.
Oh, amazing. So, yeah, you managed to gut it. It looks like there's like a slick acidic thing that helps lubricate the suction cups and and then expands out to create the airtight seal that gives it suction. They'll probably burn at you, but unless it was a concentrated attack, you probably won't casual acid damage from getting bashed by this thing. It's more the fact that a massive hunk of meat is falling on. A pole to hurt your soul, Q Prime.
Anything abnormal about this, or?
I mean, this shit is a massive piece of seafood. What you will note is that despite serious trauma, it seems like it kind of rebuilt itself, and where you pull out at it, it's almost like there's this pink, puffy flesh that has bits of normal meat inside of it, pushing back into where the wound was. This suggests to you a significant regenerative factor. It's definitely gone now, but you think that it would create a hearty and constitutional meal if you were to cook it. Additionally, you're wondering if maybe the severed limb is going to stay severed for forever, given the rate of healing you're seeing.
I was also like, does my bestiary mention anything about this?
So the bestiary mentions that it can regrow its lost tendrils. It didn't say how fast.
All right. What did it say it was weak to again? It said you said fire and what else? No, not fire. Ice and what else?
Fire and cold.
Yeah, fire and ice.
Oh, I'm gonna light a torch on it and see if it regenerates after that.
Yeah, so you light a torch and push it against the flesh, and it sears it quickly, and you begin to cook it to a nice hearty degree. It like almost like a steam comes off of it, and this thing, it reacts strangely, almost like the extreme of temperature is warping. It begins to crackle and split apart, almost like firewood extreme temperatures. There's a bit of a pop, and there's some burnt fish on you. Definitely abnormal qualities. You wouldn't call this a normal creature of the waterways or the sea.
Now, do I have anything that's super cold on me? Does anyone have anything super cold on them? Like really, really cold?
Scout, you're the one with the staff.
Okay,
And the water bombs.
ice bombs, but I'm not gonna waste. Actually, I don't even think my staff's recharged, and I'm not gonna. I need to recharge this thing.
I mean, if you put in the water and then make the ice platform on the top of the water, or actually, you could just make the ice.
Can I do
Water
that?
right
Can
then.
I just like step on the water and grab the ice?
Yeah, so you step out on the water, and like the ice is there, and like you throw at it as it appears below your feet. It quickly melts, but it not too fast that you don't see it slap into the limb and sort of leave a cool impression that sort of freezes up the skin.
Is that regenerating?
No, I mean it seems like it stopped regenerating, after dying. But
Okay.
yeah, it seems like the skin around the point of contact with the ice is definitely like clammed up, and not in a like it looks almost like it's got little like divots collapsing in it, as if those cellulite catching up with it.
Tendo's just gonna walk back over. It's like interesting. So this thing's abnormal. At least he looks back in his bestiary after he takes off his gloves. He's covering his book. It can regenerate, but I don't think it's supposed to regenerate that fast. Or like its limb regenerates that fast at least. Still weak to fire and ice though. That's good to know.
Barb says something strange happened in those woods. He looks at you and says, "You know what it was?" First, Koba goes in, causes all that trouble. Issues at the edge of the woods. Then, yesterday, animals acted real strange.
strange how. Wait, how much strange?
Lots of birds flying away, walking from the woods. Plants appearing to bloom early or die, and of course this thing coming down river to us, out of the ordinary. He looks around and looks at Lonnie in particular and says, "Don't know if you know anything about that sort of thing. But this is where you just came from. Anything happen?"
Scout, does your book have a picture of what they usually look like?
Yeah. He shows her the book.
There's like an artistic depiction here, and it doesn't look really different from the one you saw, but proportionally, this one's limbs look a little long. Now, that could just be down to the artist having so much space on the page, but they're trying to do this semi-medically in their depiction, so...
Did wrap around the island. Like, you saw where the tentacles near your head was. It's not like it can go under the island. Because islands don't float. It went around the island.
Oh, to answer your question, I think something a little weird happened in the forest. I think it's the boost. I think the forest got a little more wild, to say the least.
Also, I don't know. There could be a cave under the island. Wherever there's dirt and stone, there can be caves.
There were 2 tentacles around it, though. Like, that
I don't know
island
about
was
you, but I saw
pretty
more than
small. But I mean, like, the ones that surfaced in the water past it. The island would, those were pretty big tentacles. Like, the island would have to be almost, the structure under the island would have to be, like, almost hollow if it went through it.
Oh,
That kind of island wouldn't really be standing. I think it has really, really long arms. Longer than it probably should.
Alright. Either way, at least we know what for the most part what we're dealing with, so who wants dinner?
Indeed.
Can Nani examine it and make sure it's actually edible? Something that
Tento holds up his
secretes-
kitchenware.
Can
Groceries
Nani
are
actually try to determine if it's
Yeah,
edible?
you-
Because something that secretes acid is a little
Yeah,
sus.
give me a nature.
Or just try
Guidance
to
there,
willing to
so-
down to try everything once.
Yeah, see? There she gets it.
Nani's fine with it as long as, you know, it's safe.
Yeah, if you eat it raw, it will probably dissolve your gut lining, but if you have properly cooked it, it doesn't have any harmful properties you can determine.
As long as we're not eating sushi. Yeah, I guess sushi's fine.
So no sashimi, gotcha.
No sashimi.
Can I roll this? Can I use it? Oh, hey, I can.
Alright, guys, the poll is ended. We have a tie on whether or not I should fry the the remaining mozz sticks during the break. Fry or die and Too Young to Fry are neck and neck. Yeah, so Tento, you managed to whip it up in the kitchen. You described for me how how do you out like on this lakeside like prepare food? Like what are you putting it on as you like cut into it like?
As
what's the
I
play?
prepare a nice fire, I'm gonna assume I have some sort of pot and or pan on me.
Absolutely.
All right. And as the pan's warming up, I put a little oil. Start chopping up the tentacle. As soon as they're like, nice spicy bite-sized pieces, which I can't chop all this all at once, so I'll do it by bits. Let's toss some peppers, toss some salt, put some parsley, toss some butter in there. Let's saute for a little bit, and then put on
Where
a
the
plate.
fuck do you keep butter?
And
Yeah, you don't.
And now, as you whip it out, right? As you whip it out, you see emerging in perfectly like broiled bits of sea creature. 10:30. Time for the 10-minute break. We'll be back at 4 p.m. Eastern. The poll was a tie. I want those fucking mod sticks. I'm gonna air fry 2 of them. All right, I'll be right back.
I think that was my favorite transition so far to the break.
Right. How do I change the time on my fucking desktop? It's just wrong for whatever reason.
What?
Yeah, the time on my desktop is wrong. It says my desktop says it's 10:24.
You right click it, you should be able to just.
Yeah. Or you can go to your settings in Windows.
Adjust time. Why
Make
is
it
it
date
wrong
time.
though? It's connected to the Wi-Fi.
You might have set the time zone wrong. Or it's not syncing up properly.
Set time automatically. Okay, there we go. Now it's doing it. As I turn it on and off. The one
Alright,
technique that always works. All right, I need to get
See you
some
guys
food,
after
too.
the break.
Should I get a new phone?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Should I get a new phone?
What would you use a new phone for?
Just to have a new phone?
I personally don't think that's a good reason. Just because a phone is a what, $700 device?
I mean, I was thinking about the Pixel 6. And that's only like 500.
Yeah, it's still, a lot of money for something you just want a new thing.
I mean, I've been using this one for what, 4 years?
Yeah.
3 years? It's gotten a bit slow recently. Yeah. Plus, I don't want work stuff on my personal phone.
That's fair. I mean, you have more reasons than that, then sure, why not?
Or
Or
I could spend it all on Digi.
yeah, that's 700. No, sorry, $500. You can spend it on Digimon. You still go out to Huzzah?
Wait, where'd you get $500 from? Just work?
But,
Hmm?
oh, I mean, I'm making money now, so yeah.
Oh, I thought you'd like one.
No, I'm debating on getting a new phone or buy Digimon cards.
How old is your phone?
3 or 4 years old. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, new phone might be helpful.
It's a Pixel 3a. And the one I want to get is a Pixel 6.
They plan on coming out with Pixel 7.
Oh.
No, I'm a fool. I could have had cat cam during break. Ah! I'm sorry. Cat cam.
Okay.
They're wearing little bandanas right now.
Aw.
Action band. So cute. Do you think we're gonna get food poisoning from a 13?
poisoning
Not
from what?
Zion.
Does Zion even eat it?
Probably not.
Okay.
Apologize for the delay. But sometimes fry or die. Alright. So. Yeah, the party has a delicious meal. And presumably rests upon the banks. You have more food than you could possibly take with you, and I presume you share it with all assembled.
Of course.
Yeah. The dwarves are grateful, and everybody is a nice, hearty, gooey meal. Hmm.
So you guys happen to bring anything that brings the heat?
What'd you say?
Past the dwarves.
They will shake their head and say, "Hey, we've had no need for it. For now, everything is died to crossbow bolts and axes."
Well, can you guys remember if you guys have anything in camp to I can help produce the fire?
Barb looks back and forth with some of them and says, if I thought I had anything that would help, we would have brought it. You can give me an insight on that if you want to.
Objection.
So, maybe he's not lying, but maybe that means there's something that debatably could help, but they didn't think it would help, or something they didn't really have the clearance to bring. Either way, it didn't seem like they had a great plan to take care of this thing before you guys came along, and previously they were going to just let it live in the lake and then use the river. So.
Alright. Well, I go back to look towards the party. So, how do we want to tackle this thing?
We go out and hit it.
Well, okay. Ideally, we can fight in a day to see it better, but I don't know if it's gonna get to track it to do that.
How many tentacles do they usually have?
So they have many tentacles, but in terms of like the huge ones that they can throw out, it's 4 to 6.
4 to 6.
They seem pretty good.
Lonnie. The schools is to polymorph those things. I don't think you can polymorph all of them and give us flight too. Unless I'm wrong.
I mean, no, we can't do it at the same time, but it would get rid of a threat and then they can just fight again afterward.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I mean, it didn't look like it could really control it when it was separated. It just seemed like it would flail around randomly. It just needs to be separated from the body.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they can just give us fight again. It's not like they have to stay polymorph.
No, I'm saying, like, do you have enough pixies for all that, though, to give us flight, to polymorph those things?
No, not at the same time.
Okay.
But also, if I wanted to do the thing with the water, I couldn't keep us flying anyway. And those, it need to shoot. I mean, it at least shot the pixies. I think we just got really lucky. I don't think we should be in the air if we can help it.
So, you want us to basically drag it out of the water?
Well, I mean, all we've seen it do is hit at us with the tentacles and
Spit
spit
at
at us.
I don't think we necessarily gave it enough time to try anything else against us. So,
I just think if we can remove its arms, there's a lot less to do.
I mean, at the same time, if we remove all its arms, it might just leave. Just as much as we could fly away, it could just swim away. Most of us won't be able to follow it.
If it leaves and it doesn't come back, then that should be fine too.
Barb points out.
That's not really us handling the
It'll
problem.
leave for a time, but what's to stop it from hitting a different boat? There's a lot of water. It'll lick its wounds and then reemerge when it's ready. If you want the bounty, you're gonna have to bring us its head.
it's a big head.
Unless we can coax it back into the force and the force holds it in place.
Don't think that's how that force works.
Well, isn't that what the force does? Weren't you guys talking about how the force contains a bunch of this shit because it can't particularly leave it?
I don't think we could just drag it that far.
Oh, I don't know how we're gonna do that, but I mean, you guys did mention that stuff usually doesn't just leave the forest; it stays in it.
Also, how fast do we think it can swim? Like, think it can swim further than away than in that short of amount of time?
Casey, you cut out like every so often there. I couldn't quite understand you.
How fast do we think it can actually swim away, though?
Guys, I'm sure you can like can you cast whole person? No, you can't, because it's not a person.
No, but
Not a humanoid.
It's not a humanoid. Sorry.
Sure, not a humanoid.
You gotta cast
No,
whole
but-
monster.
it doesn't matter if the water isn't working with it. It won't matter.
Yeah, you could trap it.
I just need to be able to do the polymorphs beforehand. I can't. It's just too much to focus on if I'm trying to do both, being the pixie here and controlling the water.
I mean, honestly, the tentacles didn't seem like they were that hard to deal with. Like, Hiroshi hit it once, and like it almost just plopped
Yeah,
there.
I couldn't get out of the way in time, and it still really hurt. Zion took the full force of that.
Yeah, it's fine. As Zion, I like to imagine Zion has like a big dent on his head. And I
They're
don't know.
pretty dangerous.
I don't know. We should be carrying your agility, Lonnie, to where everyone else is besides Zion.
Scout. If I get hit, I can't guarantee what will happen to whatever I'm working on.
It's we'll get its attention. Hopefully.
Marty
Nothing's ever foolproof.
Sure you don't want me tagging in for this one, Chief? Seems like you might have had a hairy scouting expedition. He gesticulates at the crumpled-looking Zion and Lonnie, who took a bit of a tentacle slap.
Yeah, probably gonna need.
What I'm saying is, the more we can get rid of, the better it's going to be.
Lumi
Yes, but like you said before, it's
comes
too much
and,
for you to focus on.
licks on your face.
And what I'm saying is, I don't think it can swim away fast enough. Like, I think we'll be able to catch it while it's swimming away, and it'll still be fine.
It's not so much that it can swim away; it could just swim down.
The water's not. I mean, does it say how fast it can swim? The water's not that, like, not too deep. But
In that immediate area, but the lake itself is very deep. At least it looks like it.
yeah, but can it get there?
Probably.
Okay, so
What if we
Realistically,
just
the only
attach
people
the...
that can chase it is me and Zion. If it decides to swim down.
the thing is, though, what I'm saying is, I don't need to keep concentration. Stay separate.
No, the concentration what?
Do we think it can swim outside of 100 feet? Actually, realistically, 300 feet in a turn.
I mean, we didn't see anything that would prove that or disprove that.
It may very well be able to swim against the current.
It does swim up and down this river and destroy boats.
That's true.
At the very least, it's faster than these boats. That being said, Zion, you're pretty smart. Do you have any idea of making a harness for a smaller creature to put on your back?
What are you... What?
Where is this going?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, Lonnie mentioned that she can't have everyone flying and do her water trick.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless she's willing to sit on that island or wade water, the other logical option is that she hitches a ride. I'm not really gonna be able to do most of my stuff if I'm having to carry her.
On Zion, who doesn't float, who is
What?
also
No.
stuck on the island.
When did I say Zion? I'm
Oh, he wants
asking
to make a
Zion to make
harness.
something for me. Wait, why would you want to be on Zion?
You all enjoy a
What's
nice,
that?
Water.
a nice roasted Thala arm as those around finish up their seafood, hold their bellies, belch
I'm going to
slightly.
take my chances on the island.
Okay. I mean, you literally said that you could be flying with me, and that's why I'm bringing this up. But for future reference, Zion, do you have something that would, a strap or something that would, strap
So it
onto
could
a
be like one of
toddler
those, like,
per se size?
baby things.
Yeah, basically.
Mhm. Yeah, I could fashion something.
Yeah,
I
maybe
don't
we don't
think
need it
I'm
right
gonna-
now, but
I don't
maybe
think
for
I'm
the
gonna be
future.
able to concentrate very well when I'm trying to
Yeah.
not die of embarrassment in the backpack on your back.
It's
That would
okay.
be like a
Tento will
front.
probably use it.
We do still have these levitation discs. If we get them high enough and just set them at that height with a platform for you to stand on.
I don't think they're gonna get higher.
I've handled the box with the coffin with. I don't know that either. I'm gonna take my chances on the island.
It's fine. Guys, look. If we beat it hard enough, then it can't run, right?
Exactly.
That's when Tear comes in. Exactly.
But when we get to the island, I would suggest that we except Typhoon over there.
Are you changing my
Or
nickname?
Hurricane- no,
Also,
Hurricane.
You keep
There you
cutting
go,
in and out, Casey.
Hurricane.
Damn it! I need Astrid. Let me take change the mic settings again. Everyone should be not flying when we start fighting. Except for you.
So basically,
You're gonna be
everyone's gonna be
fine.
on the island except me. That thing's a pretty big tentacle. It's gonna slap one
little.
person and hit everyone.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually.
You guys can be wherever you want. Unless you're
You know,
planning
I
on
think I'm fine.
skydiving, I think you should not plan on flying.
I think I'm fine with not being on the island when this thing this thing attacks with its tentacles. Just saying. Let's think about that for a second. If the worst thing it could do is spit at me, that's fine. But when it swings its tentacles on the island and it gets like, you know, several of us at the
That's
same
why
time.
I'm saying that we should get rid of the tentacles.
Yes, Lonnie, but
What
we
I'm
can't
saying
we
is-
can't do that quick enough though. It's gonna happen.
We also don't know how many tentacles it has, and looking at this thing that we cut off effectively,
Which is now like an open, like ribbed up, like hacked through. You haven't eaten all of it, but like the good meat in the center is all, you know, in your bellies now, or out and
Yeah.
cooked.
this thing, it honestly might regrow in the middle of our fight. Maybe not as big, but at the rate it was healing.
Either
Looks like a
way,
troll.
I can't promise you will stay airborne during the fight.
That's
It's
fine.
actually very likely you're not. That's what
That's
I don't
fine.
care
I
where you
understand
are.
that.
Just don't be in the air.
We understand that, but we need to have some kind of precaution, or just have an understanding that if everyone's on the island, everyone's getting hit at once. So we should probably try to figure out something against it.
I'm gonna use a boat.
That probably
That's
not a
fine.
good idea.
I mean,
It
are we
could-
gonna try to do this during the day or at night?
Probably during the day.
Ideally during the day, so we can see easier.
We should probably set out early.
if
Leave in
if we have enough boats, we can lure it to land.
It's just like a trail of boats. Like, ooh,
Yep.
it's candy.
It's candy.
I mean,
Barb mentions what makes it think it's gonna go after. What makes it think it's gonna go after every boat, and not just the first one it catches.
Ooh, what if there was some bait on the boat? I could try to piss it off. Make it chase me.
And I don't think you're outrunning this thing.
What? Why not?
we
Look at
haven't
the size
fought-
of you, and look at the size of the tentacle. Now imagine this tentacle being like what, twice as big, 3 times as big, and that's the size of the creature.
Have we fought against the troll yet?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah,
we've fought ball against several
Okay.
trolls.
we fought a couple.
You don't remember the poor troll with
Right.
the metal
The
stuff
nose
inside?
rings and the.
I mean,
the
if
bee
it's-
stings.
yeah,
Oh
if
my
it's-
God.
if it's
That
if
heat
it-
metal spell.
if it's susceptible to cold damage, it's possible that that'll stop the regeneration.
Potentially.
Yeah, but that still doesn't like solve our current problem. Their concentration being broken and everyone falling out of the sky. So let's
Or your concentration being broken and you lose control of your water.
yeah.
That's the one I'm more worried about. If you guys are still in the air after I warned you, there's really not much I can do.
So, more or less, like, it's gonna suck, but if they fall out of the air, they're falling into water, most likely. Unless you're directly on top of the island. Then
I could also,
that might be a different story. But I'm less worried about people falling out of the air and people just getting wrangled together. Because the dwarves described these things grabbing things and pulling them.
Oh yes, they love to pull them and grab them down under the wake.
This thing can grab boats and pull it under. What's to stop it from grabbing one of you and just pulling you under?
Or multiple
That's
of
what
us.
I want us to talk about.
We could tie ourselves to the tree, maybe.
I mean, that tree has survived this thing, so maybe there's something with the tree that it can't mess with. Actually, do we know when the tentacles attacked when we scouted out? Was it any like remotely near the tree, or has like brushed against the tree, or not?
There was a line.
Not
there
enough
was,
a fight to tell.
The line attack didn't land near the tree. I mean, it was like 10 feet away, so it was actually pretty close to the tree, but it didn't hit the tree.
Okay.
If nothing
I don't
else,
know. Maybe there's something special with the tree.
if nothing else, wood usually floats.
What?
I don't. There's a chance that it will give you enough time to drag yourself back up to this, even if it does go down. And if it goes into the water before us, we'll just cut the line. And I don't think.
Are we fishing this thing?
Talking about
No.
the tree. All right, so I have a question.
Oh, you're talking about the rope that's to
Do
the
you
tree.
guys have any more like you have your plan? Correct me if I'm wrong here. Like substantively, you have your plan, unless somebody wants to pitch a real strategy to lure them to the shore using boats or something.
I like that idea.
How many people in the dwarven camp can cast mirror image or minor illusion?
Coming up 0.
Look, guys, you'll just put the boats. I'll try to outrun it. It'll be fine. If anything, we could have more than one bait. We could have Hiroshi and fucking Tyr alongside me
Fuck
too.
that noise! I'm not getting near that thing.
Okay.
All right.
If
Tyr.
worse comes to worse, I can just ask some more pixies to just try to fly us out.
At this point, put it in the chat. Do you want the island fight or do you want the bait fight? Vote now on your phones.
But we can't fight on the small island. Yeah.
Vote now on your phones.
Sure. Wait, does Kai get 2 votes because he's 2 characters?
No, I guess 1.
Oh, dang it!
Man, what? I could have gone 2 votes as Lumi this whole time? Damn it.
Lumi isn't a real person.
Wow.
How dare you?
That's because Lumi's a wolf.
Anti-wolf sentiment. History will not smile upon you. All right, so
No, what do you mean by bay? Like we're gonna try to bring it to the shoreline?
Yeah.
so Darren, vote because that could be a tie.
Well,
You want a bait? Or
I
you want an
think-
island fight?
I think trying to drag it to the bay would probably be a
Alright,
better
so
idea.
we
If
have
there's more
a-
Alright,
room.
Bartiga.
I was hoping that
Tiebreaker.
we were gonna that was gonna resolve you guys just take one plan, but honestly, like I can't force you to do either of these things. They both have pros and cons. I'm the DM. Like, do what you will. We are 30 minutes deep on this fucking conversation.
Sorry.
It's fine. Like,
Bartiga.
I don't want you to. I don't want to rush you because I don't want anyone to get fucked up or like have to use a resource because the DM like leaned on you. But I was trying to encourage things along, and it didn't wind up working. My bad.
Alright, to the island.
I mean, if you have a plan for baiting, you can just throw that out.
I already threw out my plan for baiting.
Yeah, it's a piece of candy.
I don't think the dwarves were willing to give up that many boats.
Yeah. So the thing is,
Okay.
if you propose to them like, oh yeah, you use 5 or so of your boats as bait, their counters are 1. How do we know they're going to try and get every boat? It might just get 1 and then fuck off. 2, it's a pretty hard proposition for us to accept the loss of that many boats, because we still need to operate our business using them.
I mean, it's not like two of us can walk on water.
Alright. To the island.
Sure.
Alright. So your question is, do you guys like camp here
So-
for the night and get a
So,
long rest?
what is the
think
plan
we're
for the
long.
island fight then? Because it's not like we ever like said what we were doing on the island.
You discuss it as
I'm-
you take
Well-
nap time. Because, correct me if I'm wrong here, you guys are sleeping on the shore, yeah?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Alright.
All I'm saying is,
Everyone get a long
don't
rest.
count on flying. Don't count on flying during the fight. And if you're concerned about getting knocked into the water, we can tie ourselves to the tree and just be ready to cut the line if something does happen. My counter to, hey, let's be on boats, and hey, let's like try to make a platform. Those can easily go down under as well, and also get hit by tentacles. So go for it if you want. Good luck getting to shore after that.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Casey, but to my understanding, your plan is use pixies to fly us over, use pixies to polymorph as many tentacles to more or less sever them, then use control water and
To
try
make
to
sure it
manipulate the
doesn't try to
terrain.
leave.
And the rest of us will try to hit it as much as we can.
But yeah, if we can bait as many tentacles up as possible, that'd be nice. Preferably, not towards the island.
So only people I can realistically carry and still fight is Lonnie or Tento.
If I can walk on water, I'll be fine.
Well, I offered my offer. Let's go to bed and try to get an early start tomorrow.
Alright, so you rest. In the morning, the pungent odor of, rotted tentacle strikes you, and there is a flurry in the water as various fish and other creatures, birds and crustaceans, eat at the dead flesh.
Ooh.
Barb and the dwarf guards are
Circle. The
informed
circle
of.
of life.
I was like, oh, great, yeah, now we have birds to hunt. Anyway. He looks over and he's like, so I'm staying here again? Am I coming with you? I'm honestly not clear on that part.
That's a good point.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if this thing stays underwater, I don't have a great way to shoot it.
Berga, you can stay here.
It does come
Alright.
above water sometimes, but we haven't really seen the full extent of what it.
Fair enough. I trust you. He'll come back alive. And
Thanks, Berga.
he hangs out with the dwarfs. Lumi gives you a look, Lonnie, as if it were to say, are you leaving me behind again? You go face a dangerous creature surrounded by your greatest fear, water.
No, I was gonna use as many cast of fly right now as possible. The reason I didn't want to do it before is I didn't want to use more than one cast, though.
Alright,
Underwood.
okay, well then, yeah, you fly up Lumi. He's a flyer. Your wolf fly, lifted into the skies. Alright, so your whole party is dapped up. Tyr, do you still have that thing that you were using the mark for? Holy armor or something?
No.
I just been checking. Alright, so y'all are all run up.
I will do the ritual to walk on water,
do
by the way.
do the ritual to walk on water.
Just to make
Anything
sure.
else?
Nope.
Okay. The group sets out again. It's morning. It is a bitterly cold morning to be flying straight through the sky, towards island, middle of this lake. The lake looks peaceful. as if undisturbed by the calamity it struck when last you were upon its shores. As you draw closer, your eyes rake the waters, but you see no major signs of a disturbance.
Ooh. All right.
The blood
so,
is gone, so too the illusion dinghy. And what remains is the island. Now then, let's move you guys. Activate. And of course, you can come in flying whatever configuration and height you like when I get your characters down.
Leon.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So-
I was like the island's just like this black mass right now.
Yeah, as I say, did the blood like go bad? Just darkness everywhere.
Lee, do we get a good sense of its range on its spit? Since it fired at us a few times?
Hundreds of feet. Not accurately, but hundreds of feet.
All right, now we just gotta drag it out.
How many feet of rope would you say is in a climber's kit?
I think it says 60.
Where's my climber's?
Climber's kit itself just has enough to. Yeah, it's 20. It's the 25 feet used to anchor you.
Okay.
You wanna latch onto the tree?
Yep.
All right, consider yourself latch. So,
You have 2 ropes, because are you latched on or is Lumi latched on?
And
latch. This is your
Lonnie
world.
will also latch herself onto Lumi. She has 2 climbers kit.
All right, yeah. So you are mutually bound to the tree. Everyone remember that height is a thing. So be on the ground if you want to be on the ground. Be flying over something if you want to be flying over something. You have landed here. You've started to do things on the island. And are you guys doing any sort of scouting? Are you looking around for your little buddy out there?
Yeah.
Try to be looking
How
around.
did we get its attention before?
It was here, and then we disturbed the water, and we made a boat.
Need 5 feet in the air, just so I can get 60 feet above me. Lonnie, touch the tree, like shake it.
Basically, perceptions on trying to look into the water, or down out the water.
It's if you want to look into the water, that's what it is.
Damn.
Because that worked out so
Did I
well
roll a
before.
7 last time?
Lee, I'm sorry to bother you, but could I actually get 8 pixies out? Because I think I actually want to spread them out for this one.
Sure. So you, I will just
And I will mark the ones that are concentrating on someone who is flying, and then if she gets marked, I guess we're rolling the dice and playing Russian roulette.
Fairy. No, Pixie. Alright, so I'm gonna pop them out as Lonnie's swarm because that's when you control, however. I will set them to 1 HP individually.
I mean, it's more like if they get hit, they're just gone, so
Yeah.
delete one of them.
Oh, do you only summon 7? Oh, you already have one.
Oh yeah, I will place them around and
Yeah, so you're the
I will
Pixies are
mark-
spreading out, you're connected up. Everybody else describe what is Zion doing right now as this happens? Below it there is the pixie swarm and the tying to the tree. What is it doing?
It's just scanning the waters.
That sounds fine. Yeah, give me that perception.
will hurt to see the water.
All right, Tyr, what is Tyr doing?
He has his arms crossed. Just
Floating there,
Flying
arms
there.
crossed, waiting, flying there, floating. Tento, you're 5 feet off the shore, floating about. What are you up to?
I'll look around for it too.
All right, yeah. So you gaze.
Didn't we come here on the day so we could see it easier? Or have an easier time seeing it?
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna be here, because according to the fish, it's only here at night.
Tento,
Mm-hmm.
there is a significant disturbance in the water to your southeast. Like just to the east of this ferry's position. But when you look around, you feel like that's not the only ripple in the water.
Huh. How many ripples are there?
Hard to say because they're all like clattering against each other, but maybe 4, maybe 5, maybe 6.
I'm gonna
Hard to say.
grab. Fuck it, I'm just gonna throw. I'm just gonna grab one of my daggers and just like chuck it in the water over there where I see the ripple.
Give me
Just gonna throw a dagger.
Give me a dagger
Yeah.
throwing attack at disadvantage.
Orochi, seeing this, is gonna do a full charge up and ready a composite blast.
So, what is the worst damage roll you can get?
1.
What's the worst damage? Sorry, I'll just click it.
It's the minimum damage.
Your minimum damage is.
It's literally that.
Oh, wait. You don't have a dex
Yeah, it's
mod?
1. It's not supposed to have the dex mod. Right? Because
You only remove that when you're offhanding.
Yeah.
oh,
By
does
default.
it count when I'm
Yeah,
throwing?
Well, yeah. What's your dex mod? Yes,
Yeah.
it does. What's your dex mod?
It's 4. Or
Okay, so the least you can do is
Yeah.
5.
yeah,
oh,
that
wait,
number
you-
right there.
you did roll minimum. I'm sorry, that was a. Oof. Anyway, blood plumes, slightly Tencho, and all of you see a rush in the waters around.
Found it.
Quick thing.
Yeah.
Oh wait, a lot of people are flying. Okay.
And Hiroshi, I didn't ask you, but what are you doing as this happens?
Seeing Tento pull out a dagger, he's gonna do a full charge and ready a composite synaptic blast.
And very important question, like what way are you looking, and like what's your trigger here? Like just the first foe you see at all? There are multiple
probably
emerging.
The first body part of the squid kraken that I can see.
All right.
I don't know how far out you would allow me to detect with a wind sense, but I would assume most things right below me I'd be able to detect.
All right. Wait. Oh shit.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Wind sense?
Why
Whoops.
the pixies shouldn't be on
Would
there,
that
should
work
they?
with
Sorry,
wind
my
sense?
bad.
I am flying by throwing air underneath me.
So you
Yeah,
are.
but like you're not breaking the surface of the water.
So the wind is hitting the surface
Yeah,
of the water.
I'm not seeing under the water.
Yeah, if they break the surface, you'll feel them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick thing. The pixies. I'm asking the pixies to just constantly be ready to polymorph the first large tentacle.
Okay. So the ones who haven't already spent their spells are readied up.
They
All of
should
them
also-
have this spell because they get one cast of each.
Right. Never mind.
If
Okay.
yeah,
Yes.
and if they are casting fly, they will lose concentration of that, and whoever is flying with that is dropping.
Right. All right. So the point is,
yeah.
you have the pixies readied up. Tento, what do? You just throw a dagger. You've seen blood. What you doing?
I'm pulling out my rifle
All right. You pull out the divine dwarvish discharger.
and I'm getting ready to shoot
white light
whatever
rolls
pops
there.
up.
All right, so you're gonna ready your action to pop the first thing out. All right, here. It seems to be game time. Are you just gonna stay there cross-armed until it's time to go?
he's
or-
just waiting.
All right. Are you ready to attack? He's waiting.
Nope, just waiting.
Just waiting. Lonnie.
Like a real G. Look at this man.
Lonnie, you feel acutely aware of the fact that you are tied to something and surrounded by water as the blood plumes. You see a rush across the wake. What do you do?
Lonnie is just gonna cast Sanctuary on herself and ask Lumi to be prepared to dodge as much as possible.
All right. Yeah, you casted Sanctuary. Lumi is dodging. Put whatever marks on you feel.
This seems
will
the
mark
most inland-ish.
All right. Yeah, you go inland. Oh wait, the pixies are on the tracker again. I thought I removed them as a combatant. Orochi. It is your turn. You feel
Still
as though
charging, still holding its action.
your wind sight tells you that like the water is being disturbed and that there's something about to break the surface in multiple places. What do you do? Holding that energy in, ready for the Kamehameha. All right. I'll put the little ready to action on you, and
Wait.
there's a moment of quiet, moment of clarity. A moment before the descent.
Innocent?
And then there is a massive pillar of watery flesh breaking the surface to the southeast.
Oh,
Not
oh,
gonna lie, I
shooting
thought
at
you
that.
said you were gonna say that like the island starts sinking.
Oh shit, I didn't ever get a shield again.
Yeah, so here's how this is gonna work, right? Tento.
Okay, I guess Lonnie
Eh,
will be
eh,
dual wielding.
Everybody with the ready attacks, pop your shot as I read it. Wait, it's a 60-foot radius, right?
What?
The Pixie's ability to cast Polymorph, right?
Yes.
Are any of them able to make this cast gonna hold fire?
I gave them all the ready to action, so
So all but 2 of them are going to try Polymorph on this thing, and the shots are gonna go off, correct?
even though they're 40 feet up, it still reaches? For all but 2 of them?
This thing is like 30 feet out of the water. So actually, okay. This 3 of them, the furthest 3 don't reach. All the others do. So that's 5. Pop me your shots, Tenso and Orochi.
And this is how we describe the trigger.
Mm-hmm. I have ammo.
All right. A 12 is a near miss on the composite blast. As great energy hurls out of control and swings by it. The dwarf's divine discharger cuts through the middle, slicing through the suction cups, leaving raw, burned flesh in its place. Radiant damage, though, it's not weak to that. And it is light seared by the laser. It is hewn through almost. You can see through to the air on the other side. Pulsing
Do I get sneak
sack of
attack?
flesh, blood. It is within 5 feet. Wait, 40 feet up, 30 feet. It's within 10 feet of a friendly. I'm sorry. Narrowly.
So close! I was like, wait, the pixie's right there.
And now, the first of 5 polymorph saves. I'm gonna say you only spend as many casts of polymorph as fail if one of them does succeed.
Oh, okay. Bless. That's helpful.
Failure on first.
Well,
Doggo,
right.
you're dogifying them, right?
Hmm?
Polymorph
Do I
to
feel?
dog. Yes, no.
Yeah.
why don't you just make it a
Yeah.
rat or something?
All right, they are a dog, and they plummet to the surface of the water. It splashes hard over them.
Actually, maybe I should have done a squirrel. Whatever. No. Dogs, I think it's easier for you right now.
And Dallas, well, I have a squirrel character as well, actually.
Nutters. There's
Yeah.
just a
Nutters.
bunch of nutters.
Yeah, do you want me to
Yeah, let's see Nutters again.
A
I
squirrel,
don't
Nutters.
think we
like,
want a bunch of nutters.
a squirrel reaches out its limbs in all directions, like, yeah, and splashes to the water. Blood plume from this hole here. So that's that. Okay, so with that, You,
Big old squirrel.
the pixies, the pixie that have already cast, Casey, I'm allowing them to abort their casting when they see it's already succeeded, but their ready is easy by that event.
Okay.
This
I
one
will try to keep
emerges-
track of these. Of which.
This one emerges, and right below your feet, Orochi, you feel from the wind side as you're reeling from your heavy blast that missed. This one emerges. So,
Oh,
This
this
one
one
is
still has a
35?
cast, and
Yeah.
this one still has a cast.
as does this one.
Still has a cast.
Yeah. You still have 3
I
casts.
feel like it's gonna be 2 on this one and then 1 on this one.
Sounds
That's how
good.
it.
I will roll. I will make 2 on this one. Yeah, fails with 1.
I
Burrow
will
placing it,
mark
blood blooming.
closest.
And there is 1 against this one.
Watch that be the one
Fine,
time it
bro.
succeeds.
That's what I was saying. I'm waiting for like it needs a 17 to pass. Jeez.
No, they have like. Oh
They have a
yeah, because they did
-5.
have a -5.
Yeah, they have a -5.
How many people are falling out of the air?
Well, they haven't.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
this
the pixies
one
are
just
casting
used it.
polymorph into
So
concentration.
2 people are falling out of the air. Right.
Who are they?
I didn't assign them,
Okay,
so I was
I
just
will-
gonna roll it at random.
Yeah, roll.
It's a 1 out of 5.
Yeah, roll a 1d5.
Right. 1, 2, 3.
You want to just go 1 through 5 from the combat tracker, skipping Orochi?
Okay. Yeah, that
Sounds
sounds
good.
good.
Or wait, wasn't there 6? Because no, you only cast it on Lumi.
No, it's because it's Tyr, Zion, Tento, me, and Lumi.
You
That's
fly
5.
yourself.
Huh?
Right.
You forgot you flew?
No, I was subtracting the squid, and I'm like counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, but wait, what about? Never mind.
Okay. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 is.
Is that Zion
Oh.
or is that Lumi?
I feel like it'd be
It's Lonnie or
Lumi.
Lumi.
I feel like it'd be Lumi.
Yeah, it's Lumi. Okay, so Lumi loses fly.
What a loss. Someone who's already on the ground.
And then
Oh,
let's.
fuck. My bad. I hit the wrong button.
Oh.
Don't be in combat. No.
I can remove combatant.
Thank you.
And then roll me a d4. There's 2 of them losing it, right?
G4. Goodbye, Tento, and you're 5 feet.
Bento, you plop down.
As I said, I didn't
Your
fall
feet
for
are
that high
now
on
firmly
this
on the ground. No more flying for you, sir. As you thud into the mud on the side. The mighty tentacles now finally getting to act. This one reaches out a suctioned ligament and attempts to strike Tento in the back.
Which one? The one behind me? Oh shit.
Going to the north.
Nothing can hit that far. Holy crap.
Does it have a 30 feet range or 60
Just
feet?
all the wet squirrels in the water.
We just hear weird
It's
chirping
bloody
noises. That's a
and
miss.
wet.
Yeah, so it misses. It misses you. Barely. This one moves closer and simply smashes across the island.
Whoa.
Lumi has dodge.
Make those deck saves.
I think it's a deck save.
All right, so that's going to be half for Lumi. Or don't you have a rider talent interaction here? I'll let you figure that.
She will take no damage, even if it's halved. I will still take half damage.
All right.
Are you getting advantage on this deck save?
Yeah, she's dodging.
Dodging.
Dodge
Uh,
only gives you.
That's advantage on dexterity save as well, right? We'll figure that out.
Is it?
Lonnie is also
I
making.
thought
this
it was.
No, this is an AOE across this whole area, so it's also flattening you.
Oh, okay. I don't suppose I benefit from dodge. Do I?
Oh. No, you're right. Dodges also affects dex saves.
Do I benefit from dodge or no?
No, although I could see
Okay.
an argument.
I did not make it. Okay.
13 bludgeoning.
I make a concentration check.
The creature itself properly emerges. It lets out a defiant and angry roar. Earlier, you were intruders in its
I lose
lair.
concentration.
Ooh. There goes Sanctuary.
So everyone loses. No, sanctuary is not
Sanctuary is not
concentration. Everyone loses fly and all the polymorph are gone. And if you could just delete all the fairies. That would...
Oh, should all the pixies go away?
Yeah.
I
Conjure
forgot.
And all the
Concentration.
polymorphs are gone. So like these are
Yep.
regular tentacles now.
So, well, okay. Important note about these tentacles. Like,
They are detached from the body.
Squirrels go away. These are presently like bleeding and thrashing, detached from the body. So
Just don't get too close to it. Gotcha.
you don't know how that's gonna go for it, but you imagine it can't presently control them at the very least. They're just like kicking up a huge splash of water. So the main head emerges, and
Wait, does Zion just fucking sink down?
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
so wait, no, Zion plummets into the water in a single instant. Actually,
Same with Tyr.
here's a
Tier
maximum
of soul
of
fall.
falling. So
This is why I warned you guys.
I'm gonna say that you fall 80 feet per turn, Zion. So Zion will immediately descend to 20 feet.
Oh,
Tyr,
Tyr
you
has
land on the
Featherfall.
water. Yeah, Tyr, you feather fall to the water. Spike and pose on the water, and the creature itself moves a little bit to the east, and reaching out, or rather, it shoots its acid spit first at Lonnie.
Wisdom save. Wisdom
that's-
saving throw.
Oh, Sanctuary isn't. Yeah, forgive me, I forgot. I thought you were.
Yeah,
saying-
otherwise I wouldn't have been able to keep it up with the pixies anyways.
Failed. Okay, they redirect to Zion. It misses.
She's Zion out of the air.
They spit towards here. Is that hit?
Yes.
All right, an acid glob splashes across you, but I would
Is
point
it a
out
projectile?
it is a projectile of acid coming towards you, Tyr. So I mean, I'm not gonna guarantee this works perfectly, but are you gonna go for it?
I mean,
does
I
have
assume I
acid
got
immune
the
gloves.
gloves back from Tento, yes.
You've got the acid immune gloves out. Let's see it.
Let's
Let's
go!
Is he doing this
Uh,
in midair? Like he's like slow
fucking see it.
falling.
Yeah, he's like falling through the air.
If this works, this is gonna be the coolest thing that I think Tyr's done.
Deflect missiles. Attack is reduced by 1d10 plus. Do I just hit attack?
I think you're damaged.
Okay, no, that's not it. No,
The
that's not.
attack rolls for
No,
throwing
the
back.
attack is when you use a
Other
key point to
formula.
throw it back.
There you
Ah,
go.
that
It's
funny.
the other form.
You catch it and like you like sling it in your hands and keep it rolling. And you want to use that attack roll to shoot it back.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to do some quick math based on how many tentacles are detached.
I love the image of like Tyr looks like you're just like watching him in slow motion because of feather fall, and then you just see their arms whip out and just like toss it back in real time.
Okay, roll your
Just to
da-
clarify, he doesn't have feather falls, slow fall.
roll the
Slow
damage.
fall.
different
Either way, it kind of
Roll-
looks like he's in slow
roll,
motion.
roll the damage tier.
Which damage? Just this one?
Yeah, just hit that damage button. Okay, so it does have acid resistance, But you do see it hurt it, and like absolute surprise upon its squid face, like, oh, as its own splat acid gets like whipped back at it. With that, it descends under the water a bit. It is now back to Zion. Oh wait, before Zion's turn, you see something stir in the water as another limb emerges.
As long as it's not a second head. Like every time you're like something stirs in the water, I'm like, please don't tell me we're now fighting. Oh.
Alright, so Zion,
Alright. So
your turn.
we did see that it was like right here, correct?
Yeah, and it didn't seem like it had that much movement left. So
Okay. So as Zion's falling, it's going to cast Enlarge on itself.
Damn.
oh yeah. That's one wide boy right there. It's
Were you planning this all along?
Yeah.
I was like, why are you up 100 feet?
How do other people also hit
So
it?
a powerful cannonball strikes the surface of the waves. You know you're not gonna land on it right now. Do you have anything else that you think will give you 10 feet forward of boost to land on it?
10 feet forward of boost.
Anything,
thrust.
anything to give you that bit of thrust.
If he's double the size, can he choose to fall forward and just belly flop to get that extra reach?
Zion, if you would like to become prone, I will let you attempt an athletics or an acrobatics to like.
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Oh man, that's gonna hurt.
Zion, you wind up going head first. You are upside down and tangled in its tendrils. However, you meet it at negative 10 feet. So you are below the water, and you strike it with the full force of... How many hit dice do you have? You're level 9.
Uh-huh.
Roll me 9d4.
The ultimate headbutt attack.
Yeah, Lake episode, so much better. Yeah, you slam into it for 27 damage. You accidentally embed yourself partially into the creature, and you're not considered grappled by it, but you can't move until you unembed yourself.
So, do we just see Zion's legs sticking out of the water?
Zion's legs are just like sticking out of the water. Its head rammed into this thing's side, blood starting to plume all around it. Huge, by the way, like wave shoots up and crashes all over. It's not gonna knock anyone prone, but like Lonnie, Lumi,
No,
Tento,
no, stay away.
Yeah.
I fall in and can't get up.
So I think that's your whole action economy. You've cast Enlarge, Reduce, you've diving forward, you're out of movement. This is a bonus you want to trigger.
Yeah, all
Temp HP.
bonus. I did that when I woke up. I typically have that.
Alright. So,
I already cast a spell, so I can't cast another. So yeah, that's it.
yeah, nice. Alright, Tento. It's your turn, Toe. Several writhing, bloody
Fucking
tentacles.
see ya.
A lot of blood all the fuck over. I mean, what do you want to do?
Okay, let me figure out something real quick. Which
Can I,
tentacles? No.
Can I request like blood splatter on the severed ones?
I'm gonna shoot at that tentacle.
Wait, can you... Wait, sorry, can you request... Yeah, sorry. There should be blood splatter so that you know what the fuck is going on.
We gotta see the destruction that that we brought.
Yeah, so, whose turn is it?
Bye.
Yeah, so, I'll get the blood splatter up as you consider what you want to do.
Ooh, I'm gonna shoot at that tentacle there.
Which tentacle where? Oh, that one.
The one in front of Tyr.
Okay, so this one, and this one are the severed ones.
Does 13 hit?
And there's a little and there's a bit of blood rising from here, from where for Zion has embedded itself into the foe. Okay, so you fire. A 13 does hit. Which is your target? Which one's your target? This one by tier?
Yeah, the one by tier.
Give me that damage as your beam of light fires from your metal rod, entwining runic shapes along its edge.
Sneak attack.
And yes, sneak attack triggers. Give me that sneak. This could add. Oh my god, this more than finishes at 11 health left. Your beam blazes through the core of it, and it is just like utterly wrecked. Yeah, so like blood rises as it sinks, charred and ruined into the waters.
25. That's where Tinto is. Bonus action dash.
All right, that's the Tento turn. So tier, you've landed. There's blood all over. Tendrils going up, getting wicked down. Like, I don't know how many of them have gone up and down in the course of like 6 seconds and then become squirrels and pop back into existence. But this shit is absolutely going like knuckle deep. You got nothing.
So what do the dwarves think seeing this from offshore?
They're a mile away, but you hear distant cheering. You're gonna run across the waves. You see right below you is your foe. You want to try and cut through the water?
Tier swim?
Water?
No, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire.
Oh.
All right.
And I'll avoid Zion. I'll do it like that.
It fails and it is lit up like a Christmas tree under there. You guys see a powerful glow.
So, do all the tentacles start glowing?
No.
'Cause it failed. Okay.
I have divided the effects of failed saves across its constituent parts, hence why polymorph isn't just polymorphing the boss.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine if it was.
Yeah, imagine what. So, there's a fairy fire-ish glow over here. And yeah,
Hey Kai, does Zion still have his coil discharger?
Yeah.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, you know, no real reason.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
so tier is
I
it a full turn?
understand.
This is just for you.
As a bonus action, he will. Let's see. I think it's called Patient Defense. Spend a key point to do basically dodge as a bonus action.
All right, yeah. You're dodging. You're up above. You're not still flying, so I'll take your little wing out. Lonnie and Lumi, turn. Casey?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm... I... this... ...100 feet by 100. So Fairy Fire... That's the AoE, but the effect is like where the head should be.
Mm-hmm. So you want to more or less like expose the head.
Here as my total area of control, and I want to do part water, basically just in the square, I guess like kind of one square bigger than the head. If that makes sense.
Yes. So
Like a whole perimeter, like kind of like around it. That. And I want to use part water.
So, the thing, like, it's obviously no longer in water, right?
As long
So?
as the water's not deeper than 100 feet.
It is crashing down. I really wish that the Z level thing had been done slightly differently so I could show you this. But right now I'm struggling to even select and click on the thing due to how this works. God. Maybe if
I
go to
would have been-
design- Fuck me. I literally...
It,
Oh, there it is.
it would have been amazing if you were ready for this, but like I was by no means expecting you to be ready because this is the first time I think we've actually utilized control water to its fullest potential.
Yeah, there's not a good way with how I'm doing layers right now to do it. So, it slams down. It was at -10. It falls 50 feet immediately. Roll me 5d6.
I'm sorry, Zion.
Roll me 5d6 if you would, Casey.
I mean, I'm embedded in it.
It'll cushion your fall, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Zion takes half of that. So Zion,
I just get pushed.
you
I
take
get
11.
pushed deeper
It takes
into
22.
right?
Yep.
How
I'm not
pointy
seeing
is
you guys
your
when I go to
dome,
the...
Zion?
Yes.
Does this count as a spell with a harmful effect with the effect that I've used so far, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You use the effect to make it take damage, so I think that would count, yeah?
Then I will just re-up Sanctuary on myself.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Did I... That's the floor, and that's the point. Wait a minute. I might have fucked this up. No, the other one's fucked up. God damn it.
I'm sorry for making it complicated.
I literally just, like... need to go watch all of this guy's fucking tutorials because they won't even help you in the Discord unless you've already watched every single tutorial.
How can I prove that?
I mean, they can't, but like, they're just like, we'll know if you're asking us basic shit, and we just literally won't answer you.
Anyways,
Yeah, it's
Lumi
just
will
to kill bad
dodge,
people.
and that is my turn.
Do greatly appreciate their product. I just need to learn it better. Update tile. Okay, I think that was mostly from me fucking up. Okay, so it is all the way at the bottom of that expanse. There is a pillar of open. Tyr was also stood upon this, of course. So, Tyr, you're just falling down as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hurt. Can we see? Actually, it's kinda deep.
You have an ability to like control your descent, right? So
Yeah.
would you go fall all the way, or is there a certain number of feet you fall? Like only 30 feet or something? Or you fall all
It
the
just
way
says I
gently?
reduce the damage equal to 5 times my monk level.
Ooh.
It doesn't say how fast I fall.
Okay, well,
Wait, you reduce it by 5 times your monk level?
Yeah,
So unless it dealt 45 damage, which it didn't, you take nothing.
yeah.
Okay, Lonnie.
I actually can't deal that much.
That's my
anything else?
turn.
All right, Orochi.
Lumi's dodging, that's it.
Orochi, there's tentacles, there's blood, there's a hole in the water, there is rushing waves, violence.
Oh
frosting
wait, I'm
blood,
sorry, I can't
flowing
cast
fairy fire.
Sanctuary. Frick, that's a second spell. Never mind. I can't cast Sanctuary, so I don't.
Alright. Fairy's off. Orochi, what are you doing?
So do I have clear line of sight of the main body?
No. Why? Yeah, 100 feet up.
Because there's no tentacles in my way, and I'm assuming that's my line of sight.
100 feet up. The problem is, you are 160 feet above it, and I don't think you can see it. I think
Math.
I think you have to fly as close as over the tree before you can see it.
Okay.
Math is hard.
Can I do just this and just stay off of the island, but be over here? So I can't really tell where it is exactly. I'm going off of this special effect that you put in.
Move
So
like
I
40.
actually don't know where it is.
Move like 40
token
feet
wise.
to where I'm indicating right now, and you'll be able to see it.
Okay. I just don't want to
And-
be on top of the island.
Yeah, all right. So you got a clean shot down the hole with advantage due to fairy fire. It is a shot of 160 feet range.
That's fine. I have 240.
Hell yeah! All right, pump that shot.
I will not be able to chart gathering power, so still doing a composite blast.
Positive blast rips down through the hole. Lightning and
Advantage.
wind
Oh my god.
striking together, zapping your. Oh wait, oh, that was the attack roll. That's just gonna miss, homie. Sorry.
Yeah. That'll be my turn.
Ads.
Yeah. You mean ads and these things? They don't have them. They're flopping in the water. Orochi, that was your turn.
Yep.
So on its turn, we check a very important factoid, which is, hey, do you recharge? It doesn't recharge. Okay. These tendrils flapping about in the water, they thrash around. One of them thrashes near enough to try and whack Tento. With a
Oh.
sweep. So
Yeah, I
Tento,
probably should have moved.
Tento, give me a strength save. Darren?
Yeah, sorry.
I think I'm also within 30 feet.
But the 45-degree arc that it's going to wind up
Okay.
doing is basically,
Cool.
it's flapping wildly, it slides up from the water. Tento, you are rendered prone
one
and
disconnected?
slammed by the tree. Yes, it is literally flopping around disconnected, not thinking.
Ow.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
This one is deliberately going to target Lonnie and try to suction grab her. So here comes the suck. That does or
Does not
hit?
hit. No.
Even
I have
if-
18 right now.
without your shield.
Yeah, the 18 is without my shield. I have 20 normally.
All right, yeah, so it misses you. This one is severed. This one is not. This one. This one is going to be used to try and suction attack. Honestly, Zion with advantage from flanking and the fact that it's like stuck. Because it's trying to rip the metal out of itself.
It's trying to get that splinter out, you know.
So that
The
well,
big-ass splinter.
Zion, do you want to do anything that would prevent a 25 from hitting you?
No, yeah.
you?
I'll cast shield.
Boing. Despite the fact that Zion's like head is lodged in the meat, it manages to swing its
It just
hand.
knows.
A hexagonal, like, glowing field emerges, bops out against it.
It's like when you're trying to grab the splinter with the tweezers, but it just keeps slipping. And you're like, why? I had you.
All right, so it's going to strangling grasp at you with advantage because of flanking and the like. Zion. That's
You
still not.
avoided
That's still not breaking you, right? That's still not breaking your
Nope.
AC. Okay.
Right now it's 20.
The next one, not at advantage, goes to Tyr.
Enlarge doesn't do anything to your AC, right?
Does it?
I had no idea. I just.
Ooh.
Yeah, Pathfinder does. I don't remember about.
So Tyr, It's grabbing you, buddy.
Oh yeah, that hits.
You have become grappled
You
and
don't
suffer
say.
18 bludgeoning damage.
And
You
Lars
know,
does not do
18 is
anything
not
about
that
AC.
bad. That's like minimum.
I actually haven't like used Unbarge a lot. I do not.
Right. So the remaining limbs, it only has 2 limbs remaining in its control. The others are flopping around, bloodied or dead. Zion, it is your turn. You're like restrained. Head in this, not restrained, grappled. Head into this thing. Can't really move or anything. So you whip yourself out of it. Can't cast spells. You're in a bit of a pickle, and also the mouth tendrils have tear. What are you doing?
If I can't cast spells while I'm like this, then I couldn't have casted shield.
Are you grappled or are you restrained?
You're,
Or is that not the question? Or is that the problem?
you can perform somatic. Okay, here's my thinking. With your head lodged in the beast, your arms were free to do the somatic components.
Mm-hmm.
Your arms are free. If you want to use your arms, you can use them. But if you want, but you're stuck inside of it, and you can't. You're semi-blinded because your eye sensors are in your head. So you'd be
I'll try
blind
to
fighting.
pull myself out.
All right, give me an athletics or acrobatics. Zion is halfway into the water. Actually, no, totally out of the water. Zion pulls itself fully free and stands
I think
erect.
they're both totally out of the
with
water.
foe. Yeah. So Zion, you're down here. You see the little fishies dying. All like in like the little
I'm sorry, fish.
the lake reeds wilting. What do you want to do?
I'm guessing that's my action. So bonus action, temp HP.
You regenerate yourself with a blue glow from within.
Yep. It's my turn.
Oh shit! Why did I put a skull on you?
Oh god.
He's dead.
All right,
Insta
Tento.
death.
It's the Tento turn. Tento, you are prone. What do you want to do?
Get up.
All right, you get up. That's half your movement.
So 10 more movement. Is it here? That's the edge.
Of the no water zone, yes.
Yeah.
So do you want to step here and fall? Well, you're actually okay. You actually don't go all the way down here because there is like a rim that you will see in a second. You're kind of like on.
Oh yeah.
You're like on you're in the muddy bank slope of the side of the island. So you don't fall strictly speaking, but you do like a hard skid.
Oh, I didn't even know it was that. I didn't want to fall in.
Oh wait, so you didn't want to step into the place where the water was pierced?
I just want to see. I just want to be able to see into it.
Oh, okay. If you do it, sorry. Back where you were, or you can look in.
Okay.
I will plus 20 feet you.
Okay.
Yeah. So you want to take the shot?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see that attack. Dwarf's Divine Discharger crashes through a beam of light, striking your foe. Give me
It's
that
an
damage.
advantage.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll
Is
roll
it
again
advantage?
just to see
Okay.
if you get
Fairy
the crit.
fire.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Okay,
fairy fire.
And also
Well-
roll me your sneak attack.
Oh, that's 22 plus sneak attack.
The radiant beam arcs through. The smell of
Oh,
charred,
sorry,
cooked,
again.
delicious seafood filling Tyr's nostrils. Zion doesn't really understand the concept. A bloody damage searing the ends of the arms of the mouth and the eyes cracking under the heat. You're marring its
I just want to
face.
see how much health it has now. Or I just want to see how healthy it is now.
It looks like, bloodied about halfway.
Alright, and
Geez, after all that is only half.
that's it for me.
Alright, Tyr, it's your
Oh,
turn.
I'll take a post up here.
I'm grappled.
Yes, you are presently grappled. You'll have to escape with an athletics or acrobatics. He wants to.
Would you
or-
say that 60 feet down under would be dim light?
All guys are in part of 16. Hello, welcome to a whirlpool vortex where a sea creature is contained by control water on this lake bed. Our shadow monk ponders. How much sunlight are we really getting in here? It's the morning. Yeah, no, there's dim light down here. You can definitely you want to shadow step out of here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shadow step to like this side.
He's just out of the other side of it. Yeah. So you disappear from its grasp and appear above it. Standing on its slippery appendaged body, it writhes beneath you as Black Heel striking kicks out. Chain arcing wide, the Kusurigama rakes down through, cutting a fine flank from it. 10 damage. 10 more. Aha! Ho ho! Damage galore!
Jesus.
It's bloodied. It's absolutely bloodied. It's peeling. It's whipping. In the wounds is expanding. Pink triangles. Can't keep up. The gore and trauma. It's shuddering. It's twisting every which way in blind panic and pain. That's your turn.
Yep.
Lonnie's turn.
I will dodge myself and then bonus action cast Sanctuary and then. That one is still. This one's still healthy, right?
Yeah, this one is still alive and poking out of the water.
Oh. Never mind. I won't. Oh. I won't dodge. I'll Sacred Flame that.
All right.
Wait, Spiritual Weapon isn't. No, I'll just Sacred Flame that.
Which that as in the main enemy or?
No, I don't have visual on that. I'm doing that one.
All right.
There,
This attempts
Sacred.
to dodge out of the way as a beam of light arcs down its backside, ripping through its flank. More radiant damage flying. They've never seen radiant damage before last night, and now you've got it in spades.
That's not a lot.
You
What
see
do you
her
mean?
No.
the tip.
I've been shooting at radiant damage.
It'll have a very no. I mean, yeah, until last night.
Until last night.
Team
Okay,
Subverse,
until last
Cowboys,
night,
Fans
right?
of Kobolds, the Lollygaggers, Ursine, Belazara. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome as the foes descend and rake our boys and gal with tendrils, and our it with tendrils. Alana, is that your turn?
Yeah, I'm bonus action cast. No, yes, I can. I'm bonus action cast Sanctuary, and that's my turn.
I got distracted. Yes. Good. Hiroshi, you're flying. What's your plan? Still got eyes on the main body.
This time I'm going to Gathering Power and do a Synaptic Composite Blast.
Lightning gathers around you as you fly high in the sky, dancing off your tightened
There
and
we
fuzzy
go.
hair.
There we go.
Pile drive the wind and lightning combine down into your foe. Into your foe, I say. Hitting a 22 for both 2-hit and damage. It steers and explodes. A sudden wave of fresh sea meat splattering Tyr's coat and Zion's arms. Some of it trailing back into the parted seawall, turning red with the blood as the chunks spew out, attracting more fish. Several
I
of
think
them
we've come to
swarming
this
to
not a
feed,
changeling.
flying through. And it attempts to see how wise it is. That's a failure. So-
It doesn't. The main body doesn't have a -5.
No,
Good
it
to
doesn't.
know. It
Yeah.
is staggered for a round.
All right.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if the main body had a -5 because usually animals are wise. They're just dumb.
Well, it's also not most animals, so
So Roshi, you You've absolutely fucked this thing up. It's spasmy. It's gonna have a hard time. It can only move or take an action. Yeah.
Correct. It still gets its bonus action and reaction and all that jazz. It
Cool.
just you chooses main action or move on its turn.
All right. So anything else?
Nope. I don't have a bonus, and then I use my movement already.
All right. It is the Thalassothero's turn. It's in a bad way. It's not happy about this. It rolls to receive a recharge a limb. It won't. It spits acid at Tento. Wait.
Hey.
Enemies within 5 feet. Disadvantage. It won't do that. It strangling grasps. It's gonna try and strangling grasp here again, honestly.
Oh,
my god.
that's a miss, right?
It really
Right?
wants to.
Yeah, Tier. That's not gonna grapple you, right?
So that's 23 bludgeoning on Tier.
Woo.
The Thunder Gauntlets trigger with the op from the friend, dealing 9
I love
thunder
that
damage.
Zion is effectively blinded right now, but it's like, I think you're hurting my friend. Punch.
And so these are listed as actions, but they're attacks, right? This is its second attack. It attempts to. It's not chosen to move, so it's an act. It attempts to vor Tier now that it has Tier in its grasp. Tier, you have to make your choice of athletics or acrobatics to contest the foe to avoid getting vored. Ooh, anybody got anything for that? Flash of Genius, or is just Tears going inside the body?
Greetings from the Andrews sisters. I'm Patty. I'm Maxie. And I'm Laverne.
Tyr is
Is Tier getting bored?
going inside the body.
All right, so Tyr, you have been swallowed by the foe. I'll put a tummy icon on you.
Yeah, you get the acid immune gloves. Your hands will be fine.
Everything else will be dissolved, but your hands.
Pristine.
All right, so at the end of each one of your turns, you will suffer the acid damage. I'll roll it again each time. That's its whole turn. It can't move, and it has no valid bonus actions. Zion. Wait. Excuse me. It has tendrils, right?
There's a 1 tendril, if I remember correctly.
No, it's got 2. It's got 2 up. One goes 5. This one comes to try and slam Lonnie and Lumi.
I'm curious, like, because the body, the head can't see up here.
The head wasn't having line of sight on you guys the whole time.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
It must
Okay.
have another way of seeing. The bash falls upon you.
Did not dodge.
It also has wind sight.
So we'll see that. Alright, so both you, Lonnie and Lumi will make the dodge. Have an unsuccessful save. 18 bludgeoning damage falling upon you. This one is again going to try and rip Zion from its main body. Advantage for flanking.
It is
14
to
hit
half.
Zion.
It's half the damage
Unsuccess.
for 10, right? It's half the damage, not the full.
So the damage being dealt to you is 18 before it's being hit.
No, the concentration check.
Oh,
It's
right,
half the
sorry.
damage or 10, right? Whichever one is higher.
Correct.
Okay,
believe
cool. I make it.
Nice. Okay. So Zion doesn't get hit by the tentacle. Zion, it's your turn. You are atop the foe. It's perhaps got a quarter of its life left inside of it. Charred, laser burned meat below you. Tendrils coming in, water crashing all around, fish suicidally veering to eat
You
at the
saw
blown
it.
chunks of meat, falling to their death all around, flapping, hoping for a breath that won't come through the cruel, cruel air.
You also saw it eat poor
Dad,
Tyr.
spit that out. It's not food.
Your thunder
Spit
gauntlets,
that-
both hands slam into the foe. First for 10 thunder, and then for 8 more. I have a question. Does being enlarged impact your melee attack?
It gives you a little bit of extra damage, but I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Are
It's
you
like
factoring?
1d4.
You
You have
factoring it?
advantage on strength checks and strength saves, and your weapon grows larger to match
Level
your new
1 geek,
size.
thank you for the raid. Level 1 geek, thank you for the raid.
Wait.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. As our self-enlarged giant robot is pounding this fucking squid to death because it just ate our shadow monk, who, as Kai will tell you, is not food.
Yeah,
Your
it's
enlarged
1d4
weapons
extra.
Deal,
All right, yeah. So roll 2d4 extra for this round.
Dion,
of whooping
I'm
its
curious.
ass.
How come you haven't tried to reduce its size?
Because he won a
Why would I
kaiju
do
battle, alright?
Yeah, you pop it for 5, and it's also it would be a 3x3 if you reduced it. So it's not like it would be
Oh, it's a
Maybe-
4x4 right now?
a 4x4. Yeah. So
I
Zion,
can't see it right now.
you usually pound into the flesh. You punch in, the soft flesh goes down, reverberates, and explodes out, leaving terrible circular wounds, oozing viscera and blood. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Tento,
Yeah.
it's the turn, Toe. Yeah, you saw a Tyr get eaten just now. What do you want to do?
Hey, that's not food!
Lonnie's just gonna call someone.
You pop a shot, and
Oh wait, is Fairy Fire still up?
Oh, is it?
Concentration check. Yeah. Have you
Uh,
been making those?
This tier got hit.
a 16 will hit. Tyr's a constitutional miracle.
Oh my goodness!
So you strike the
Yeah,
foe
so
just
it is still
barely,
up.
but you manage to laser its head. It also qualifies for sneak attack. Minus 26, minus 19, my god. Light trickles in
that's off for that
here to the stomach. You think part of the body has just been totally melted away as you see white light of the Dwarvish Divine Discharger shoot a beam cutting deep in.
What are the odds that the beams and lightning go into the creature and hit tier?
So, Tento, is that your whole turn, Toe?
Yep, that's my turn, Toe.
Here. And
I mean,
again,
he
level
saw
one
him
geek,
get
so-
eaten.
Yeah.
Presumably
That doesn't
he
mean we
would-
know where he is in the body.
Alright, how much acid damage?
That happens at the end of your turn, actually. So
Oh,
it,
end of my
it's
turn.
only
You have a
gonna-
chance to get out.
Yeah, it's only
Yeah, I
gonna-
just feel like I just feel like Tento
Let's
can still make a
go.
somewhat educated guess.
Flurry of blows.
All right, so you attack from within. You are flanking the enemy because you can draw a line to your friendly. You deal
Ah, is that why he's flanking him?
You deal 8 damage. You attack again. You deliver the killing blow from within as your fist cracks through the
I'm gonna
body.
slice my way out.
Yeah, and you emerge. You do blank strike. Yeah.
Yeah.
You like straight up. You guys see, and then it builds in the chest, and pulling himself up emerges Tyr.
Woo!
Yeah,
that was
hello,
fucking
Raiders,
cool.
Raiders, thank you so much. Yeah, you arrived
I'm
just
not
time.
food.
Yeah, he's not food.
All
Oh, he
the
can't hear
remaining,
you.
all the remaining limbs go numb, and the foe is totally destroyed. This massive creature goes limp, destroyed.
Ew, ew.
Seeing
Tento wants to go
seeing
see
the
the dead body.
tentacles, seeing the tentacles go limp. Is it? I don't know how much I have. But like, can I try to like branch, like from the bottom up, so that like whatever is there, hopefully just like rises to the surface.
Well, since
To the
dead things
far-
sink, they don't exactly. It doesn't exactly rise.
So you can try. You can use control water to basically. You want to maneuver the corpse like onto the shore or something.
I want to like bring it up to the surface while refilling the trench, and then try and move everything on.
Yeah, so the water fills back in. Your control water spell, moving this huge creature up onto the banks of the island it once rested around. Dead, disheveled. It's
with a giant tear-sized hole in it.
Yeah. And the fairy fire fades from your slain foe. Yeah.
Zion will pick up some dead fish on the seafloor. On the lake floor.
You use the Eldritch Sight to look around. I mean, the creature seems to glow with some magic to it, but you couldn't say of what sort, other than perhaps healing magic or perhaps necromancy. It's hard to say. Almost like a flavored pudding cake of both.
What about the tree or anything on the island?
I'll also try to redirect flow to help Zion back on shore as much as possible.
Is Zion still a giant?
You gaze around and see, you gaze around, and other than the fact that your friend is a giant robot, you don't manage to see anything terribly you've noted about this island. The dwarves on the shore celebrate, and quickly the boat is on the way.
Tento's gonna ask T real quick if you can borrow those gloves.
Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tyr.
Lonnie will cast guidance and then get to untying herself from the island now.
Or giant Zion will help.
Right.
Thank you.
It'll just pry open the heavy bits.
You say you got cast
D4.
guidance.
D4.
Yeah.
No, Oroshi's casting Gust of Wind to hamper Tento.
Alright, so 18. Okay, so the wind whips around you very thematically. As you open its brain, and you see the bioluminescence of its eyes and some other stuff seems attached to something strange in there. You rip out this. You rip out the last Othero's light gland. Not only that, you extract its deep inside the brain. See this almost organic crystal, almost like a diamond-shaped pearl, but it clearly has stretches of meat attaching to it. It references it as the Diamond Brain Cortex, the manual. Both of them are considered to have great alchemical properties according to your manual. Your best
Awesome, cool stuff, guys.
And there's a fuckload of brain meat.
Sorry, would you say, Zion?
Can I have the crystal thing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, make sure you write that in your book.
You can roll an Arcana if you want to determine its abilities.
That's when I rolled good. Jesus, all right.
You think it might be able to help you be healthier? Okay, so.
Be healthier.
Zion,
It's got like a lot of vitamin D in it.
Yeah, it's got all those healthy stuff.
Okay, so you could either use this to craft as the base for a supreme healing potion, which returns 10d4 plus 20 hit points, or if you were to augment an item with it or insert it into somebody, it would allow them to heal themselves for 2d6 as a bonus action once per long rest.
Define inserted into someone. Are you just talking about Zion or in general?
I mean, you've seen surgical insertions of alchemical stuff before, and you've cut out those brambles from Small Bear when he was still Big Bear. So, and I mean, yeah, so you know magic implants are a thing. Anyone could be inserted with this. It might involve a little more care going to a more organic target. But yeah,
do this light gland.
Is the
light gland? So the light gland has bioluminescent properties, and it would appear as if though You could use it as the base for enchantment that either deals radiant damage or augments one's vision, such as the night vision goggles. You could absolutely power night vision goggles with this. We got 20 glass.
Anything else useful in this thing?
Lots of brain meat, lots of meat. You guys are they bring more boats eventually and haul it off, but the dwarves offer you a fine escort downriver to hop in the boat with Bardiga and Lumi. I presume you take it.
While they take the body, I'm still like digging around in it.
Yeah, you're absolutely like the butcher in there.
Is the mouth? Can we make anything out of like the
beak?
Beak, yes.
So you could. It doesn't even have any particular chemical properties, but you could totally like take that and fashion it. You did a good enough rip job that you got it.
Yeah.
You arrive back in Takaijo ruins later that day. And there's now a giant dead squid with you. You're not much worse for wear. As far as
I actually finally came out with the lowest HP of everyone. Actually, no, never mind. Tear still beat me. Damn it.
Yeah, we completed.
Yeah,
right, being dissolved by acid.
Technically, I'm at full health. I didn't get hit once.
Yeah, I mean, Q absolutely monster hunter theme. You guys have emerged with this creature. Braun looks at you, and he says, "Oh, well, you've done a damn fine job. Got your reward, and the Tessans have theirs. So, does anybody remember how much the bounty was supposed to be on this thing?"
You never told us what the bounty
we
was.
talked about a reward.
Okay.
We were essentially like, let's table this for later. We might help you later.
I really thought that I did. Okay, so here's what he says. He says Clan Tessin has put a bounty of 2,000 gold on it. We'll vouch that you're the ones who killed it. We've thrown in an extra 1,000 of our own.
Ooh.
And thanks. Of course, friendship. We appreciate you. And if you're ever looking to buy some iron, yeah, it gives you a wink.
Ooh, I'll have my people call your people.
So yeah, they produce several bars. It's actually not as many as you'd think, like 10 of them. Like there's like 10 thick gold trade bars. You guys take with you.
Is that part of the 3,000, or is that something?
That's their grant. That's their grant.
Yeah.
The other 2 grand, you're going to have to. I mean, Braun quickly writes up a letter and stamps it with his seal and hands it to you, and it basically says, "I, Gron Vashmag, of the, Takaijo dwarves, or the dwarves occupying Takaijo, do hereby certify that the Shade of the Mountain executed the killing and hunting of the Thalassomori that was lurking in the lake." And he hands it to you. So you got your verification, and yeah, so you'll get your 2 grand whenever you can pay for it, or whenever you bother testing for it.
And
So do you guys ever come across Teichstall?
And he says, And he looks back and forth, and he says, "Well, between you and me, sometimes in these hills, there's a bit of the old magic rock. I take it you're in the market, given you're the adventuring folk. No mere fetchers either. Got your own castle and all. Yes, I'm sure we could do business. We don't have an appreciable amount of it on hand at the moment, but he looks, and one of the miners coughs up a palm-sized nugget of Teichstein. And he says, "There's a little sample in case you'd care to do business." He winks.
So remind me, what is the difference between Teichstall and Teichstein?
Teichstein is okay. Think of it as well stone, well steel, well as in well of power, or well that can be filled with power, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rock you pull up, the raw ore, is Teichstein. You can still do magic with Teichstein, but Teichstahl is like you have alloyed it into a steel alloy, and it is now good for like swords and plate armor and that sort of shit. It's also, it's a Teichstahl is a better conductor of magic than Teichstein. So you might make a Teichstahl even if you're not putting it in a weapon or armor, just because you're getting more bang for your buck.
I'm just gonna put this in as Teichstein Nugget.
Alright.
Zion's gonna walk up to Gron and say, I do have some questions I want to ask.
Says, of course, of what nature?
Rune-bound circle nature.
He digs a grave, look to his face, and says, ah. Secrets of the runes don't come cheap. But, it is a kindness. Seem a fine folk. I tell you what. My clan has a runesmith. He's at the front right now, but we're expecting him back later this week. You live in Sorajo, right? Big mountain on the coast?
Indeed.
Well. Looks you up and down and says, I take it you're something of a tinkerer yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps my cousin comes to stay with you a few weeks.
That would be very nice. And then it's gonna pull out several exotic alcohols.
Several.
Why do you have that?
I got it from the iLab, and I don't know what they are. It just says several
Bronze
exotic
eyes beam and
alcohols.
says, my Vax beard, is that the Thurian triple stout? My, and everyone's gathering around, oh, and they say, you deliver us grand treasures, friend. My cousin will be, if this is what you bring on the road with you, my cousin will be tearing down the coast. You'll have to throw him out.
If I remember correctly, that's Orzmiser's like personal stash alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is? Girl, she's like,
the head
yeah,
honcho of the Brass
Not
Eye
gonna
Citadel's
lie.
personal.
Yeah, I drink
You've
that
probably
shit.
just given them more money than they gave you, but you have ensured great friendship. Great friendship. They shake your hand, and they immediately open a bottle and say, toast to our good friend Zion in the shade of the mountain. And, a toast and a raucous drink later, and a lot of seafood later. Because let's be real here, this stuff's going bad fast. Got it all hacked
Wait,
up.
but we got a bag of holding, right, Lonnie?
Okay, but
That doesn't.
Alcoholing doesn't freeze time.
Oh, wait, it doesn't. It doesn't like just keep things.
It's technically like essentially like a vacuum sealed like bag because there's no oxygen in there. But if you need stuff refrigerated, that can't help you unless you like wrap it in some ice, I guess. But no, it's not like a refrigerator.
It's just in an extra dimensional space. It's not frozen in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it like
things
it's
will
not- so it's not-
decompose in there.
okay, things will decompose. That's all I care about. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, wait, how long are we on the road for?
A good 4 days.
Dang it. It'll
We
be
went
like
up
4
river.
days.
We're going downriver
Yeah,
now.
I mean downriver and
Probably a
along,
little faster.
yeah, downriver and along the coast, it might be 3 days.
But yeah, we can probably, I don't know. We might be able to make sure, but probably not with all of it.
I'll discover what I can.
Also, bag of holding is not infinite space either. Just FYI.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so with that, Gron, has greatly toasted you and happy to make your acquaintance, and Barb vouches for your skills as warriors, and Barb is like, damn, Zion, I didn't know you had this much good hooch. As he looks at it, but the sun is up, and he shrugs and says, Ah, well. And he puts a little in his flask for later. And,
I save one for him.
A whole bottle.
yeah.
Yep.
Alright. So,
Tento's
he
gonna
gives you a
like,
wink.
wait, what did Zion have? Wait, would I recognize these alcohols?
You recognize several of them as, like, you saw them on the shelf in very rich people's houses that you were robbing.
Huh. Zion,
It
where'd
wa-
you get those?
This is like top shelf in a rich guy's house.
Yeah, there's
quality. Like they've
there's
got
like
fine bottles. Like these bottles are more elaborate than potion bottles. Like they're blue and green and orange with like fine glass work and like bobbled like coming in, coming out, twists.
yeah, you just hear like Tento like Zion, where'd you get these?
Oh, when we were back in the iLab,
Oh shit, man! You just did you just give these to them?
I mean, uh, why
Yeah,
not?
okay. No, it's fine. Ten's just like, I could have sold these, but yeah, it was his stuff. Who am I? You know, he can do what he
Didn't
wants.
you
Zion
want
doesn't
good
know the
relations?
value
Yeah,
of these.
and Tento's just gonna be like, yeah, you know what? It's your stuff. You know, who am I to judge? God,
No,
that's so much
but
money.
didn't you want good relations with these people? What better
Good
than
rela-
to,
a good
give a gift?
relation. We got a good relation with just 2 of these bottles.
So
Wait, how many did Zion give away?
7.
No, it said several. I don't know how many was several.
Oh, I
but-
thought I heard 7
we
bottles.
didn't have a precise
Several.
head count, but
Yeah.
this is the contents of like
Who's
somebody's
counting it?
personal
Okay.
liquor
Let me
cabinet.
rephrase that. At minimum, 2 would have been enough.
Let's just say we give them like 4,
Yeah.
and then I don't know how much several is.
You're giving them. You're only going to give them 4.
Well,
Did
how many is
anyone
several?
stop Zion?
No,
I mean-
Tento was carving
No.
up the. Tento
Yeah,
was carving
like I
up
don't
the
think anyone
seafood.
stopped Zion. I think they may all be gone.
Ernest
all
is there
right.
with him,
that's
but he
fine.
also
I'm
doesn't know
just-
the value of these things.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
It's
As
just
long
It's
as-
a
funny.
good token of
as
friendship.
long as there's one left for Bardiga, Zion's good.
Yeah, so they get
Okay.
they get several
So we
bottles.
have
Barty
one
gets
for
one.
Bardica.
yeah. We have one for
And with
Bardica.
that, with the alcohol distributed, the feast seemed to go on. Ron says, "A pleasure doing business with you. My cousin will be down, I assure you, on the double." And yeah, 1,000 gold richer. It seems the road is ahead of you.
Now, did you want to ask them about your the weapon you have? I thought you want to help
The-
them, or you
That's
want to
what
help
Zion
them.
was talking about with them.
Yeah. Is that
Okay.
if
Tento
anything?
just left and let Zion do all the talking.
Okay.
No, that's not true. Zion
Really?
is just able to know what to do. I was carving up a giant squid.
So you left to let Zion
Oh,
do
Andy,
all the
by the way,
talking.
thank you for the follow. New followers get to name a generic NPC, so like Dwarf Miner or Dwarf Guard or Dwarf Caravaneer you could name if you want. But I believe we're about to leave the screen because all that said and all that done is time for you to go back home. Finally, after a long voyage of burying your friend.
One last question, Lee. Out of
yeah.
curiosity, did we see any eggs on the island, on the thing, anything of that sort?
You did not. A closer inspection of the creature indicates that it was not presently fertile.
Okay.
So if it did lay eggs somewhere, or as you saw, and Casey could rip away the water, or Monty could rip away the water, there were no eggs. There's no eggs in it. If it was fertile at some other period and laid them somewhere, that's possible, but you didn't see it.
What would you do if there were eggs?
Oh, I just thought that it's probably protecting the island because it maybe laid an egg somewhere.
Okay. I thought you were gonna be like, oh, I would just blow them all up.
You did not see him. So you guys said they have a caravan. They have a boat going to drop off ore in Numajiro. Do you want to go downriver with them?
Hitch a ride.
Well,
I also-
we do have a boat waiting for us at Ostbloom.
Yeah, I say
yeah,
we just
you-
go
you do.
back to Osprey.
All right. So you want to hike down to Ostbloom so that your friends from Murasatoshi can take you back, and
Yeah, because we got some
the
halfling
riverbolts.
friends waiting for us.
You have river
Question.
bolts.
Did
Oh,
they,
sorry, no, the Riverbolts, yeah.
did they do any like? Did they just do metal work, or did they also do some
Also do what? You like cut out there.
the dwarves? Did they also do stone work?
They do have members of their clan who are stoneworkers, and you can see that they've definitely gotten to work on some of the burdock piling defenses, shoring them back up, which rather implies a long-term habitation.
If I could just like purchase or like at least like ask for some materials to at least get ready for a new shield.
Like stone materials for a shield.
Yeah, like the stone nails and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I feel it's like so much heavier than like metal.
they will hit you up with some stone cleats and the like.
Oh. Just in case I do need Zion to make me one. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah. You guys are good to go. You hike back and you disappear over the ridge. Slowly make your way towards the village of Ostbloom. As you do, the lookouts at Takai, you're far across the river, many miles away. The lookouts at Takaijo call out, movement in the distance. Dozens. Looks like an army. Get yourselves together, men. What would it be? Facing the shade of the mountain? One of them steps up, peers over, and says, "That'll be Tragushi's uncle. They're all Anoraks."
Oh.
And, yeah. You guys have a, of course, perfectly uneventful trip. Oh.
Zion will pass Artica the alcohol near nighttime.
He looks, he's like, "Oh, Zion, you're a real one." And with further toast to Zion's good health, you know, they stay sipping. It is okay. You guys fine with me saying like you guys return home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next
I'm down
se-
to time
ne-
skip home
ne-
so we can get to the extended rest.
Next
Yeah.
session, we are finally at the extended rest. I need to talk to a lot of people about a lot of particulars, and we need to shore up what stuff is and how you're spending your points. If you are using the Tinkerer's Workshop, Darren and Kai, and yeah, we'll work on the logistics later. But I'll have to say thank you for coming out, Dreamers. Our Discord is in the About section. We do D&D every Monday. High Road's been running for 2 years now. Oh shit.
Right.
But yeah, so that's more or less the setup. That's more or less the drip. It's
Yeah, we're encroaching on our 3rd year now.
Wild, right?
I feel bad that I haven't gotten you further in this campaign that time. But you know,
I mean,
Don't be. It's our fault.
we've been having a blast.
I'm glad. But all that said and all that done is feedback phase time. Left to right is how I'm gonna take it. Casey, hit me with it.
Wow, I had stuff and I'm blinking.
It's good that you stopped the planning.
The rambles.
Yeah, that was a good place. That was a good time to like jump in. Like, okay, here, let's speed this up. And
You should do that a lot
The-
more, and then you did a lot less, and now I'm trying to lean to doing it sometime.
but yeah, I think that was a really good place to stop it. And the fight, if you had planned for any of that, kudos to you. But I don't think you did. So kudos for taking everything in stride. Like, hey, Zion's gonna do a fucking cannonball. Hey, I'm gonna polymorph this thing. So yeah, I think like we said, or I said in chat in like the chat last time, but I'm glad that you say yes within reasonable like parameters and let us go with it. And like we'll think about this long term later, but for now, sure. But yeah, that fight was very fun. We all the players did crazy stuff, and you handled it all very well. And also I like the 10-minute break thing that you did. Like, hey, Tento, how do you like letting us like have like a small creative that is also yeah, overall pretty solid stuff. Looking forward to the extended rest and getting to get the benefits out of that.
Second is the rest of the game. First time with your level 1. Let's go.
Jesus Christ, it's been so long.
And looking forward
Once
to
a
seeing
year.
whatever random quest you have for us next time.
Oh yeah. Which we'll talk about this post.
I think that's it.
All right. Darwin.
Hi, yeah, that was a lot of fun today with the fight and interacting with dwarves. I'm glad they let me carved up a giant squid. That was a lot of fun. And like Casey said, I'm sure everyone else is like, thanks for like pulling the brakes on the disgusting part before she went down like the rabbit hole on that one.
I mean,
But-
I that's the kind of player I am. I will
Yeah.
like, guys, there's a perfect plan that we can enact here, and then like try and make something with 17 moving parts. But like, you know.
Yeah. And yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. Probably morphing tentacles into squirrels and dogs. I didn't expect that. I'm sure you didn't either. Other than that, I can't wait to see what we do in our extended rest stuff. That is for me.
Yay.
Hey, I had fun tonight. I love the sense of progress that we're making, especially like making connections, trying to further a bunch of our personal goals, stuff that we want to do, and whatever plot that we're in. And I appreciate you giving us opportunities to do a bunch of those things at once instead of like doing things one at a time and feel like we're leaving stuff behind or forgetting about stuff. I am interested in what was on the island, what was so special about the island, but I'm sure we'll come back to this place eventually.
Why do you guys think there's something special about the island?
Because it keeps coming back to that island specifically.
I think it's just a place to perch.
Maybe. But I'm sure there's plenty of other places they could go to. But yeah. I mean, it's just a hunch. It may not be true, it may be true. I know you were saying that you need to learn Foundry better, but I feel like you're using it very well compared to how short of a time you've been using it so far. And I look forward to, as everyone says, extended rest, seeing what we can do. And what's gonna happen with the army of Anarax? Like, are they on our side? Are they for revenge? What war are they stopping? Who knows? Maybe
What
it's the
revenge?
BBG. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
All right, and finally, it's Kai's turn.
Yeah, overall great session. I'm glad you let me do all those stupid things.
What? Stupid? They were brilliant, Kai.
Yes.
Not gonna lie, Kai. If your character was not there, Tenta would totally just grab the beads and like ran into it. So you beat me too, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
I'm very sad.
Yeah, it's very fun doing those things, and I'm glad you let me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was nice getting to interact with the doors and getting some good connections there. And like Casey said, you were good about the cutting off the planning and whatnot. And I look forward to what's next.
All right. Well, we'll discuss that off stream. But thank you everyone who's come out, streamers, for Mozzarella Night. And you know, I hope you all enjoyed the store-bought, not homemade mozzarella sticks that you all definitely had. I hope you savored the cheesy glow. And know what? I see quests and chaos is live. We're gonna go through them a raid, and we'll enjoy the improvisation. Everyone on fairly well, streamers. Until next time, remember we have a Discord in the About section. Alright, it's counting down, and boom, raid now. Okay. Okay.